And a very pleasant good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Klamath Falls Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. After a 3-game road trip, the Klamath Falls Falcons return home to historic Kiger Stadium for a league doubleheader against the North Jackson Royals. So glad to be with you on this fine Friday evening. My name is Josh Eldridge. A huge doubleheader lays ahead for the Falcons, who enter play 24-6-1 overall on the season with an 11-2 league mark. North Jackson is 8-6, both overall on the season and in league play. Last time these two teams met up was 8 days ago, and we've been thinking about the rematch ever since. A 6-2 win for the Falcons in the opener of a doubleheader, but an extra innings heartbreaker in which North Jackson walked off the Klamath Falls Falcons in the bottom of the 9th inning at Eagle Point High School on July 3rd. And with the conference supremacy hanging in the balance, the Falcons need a sweep today in front of a home crowd at Kiger Stadium. If you're out and about, come on out to historic Kiger Stadium next to the Klamath County Fairgrounds and support the Falcons. If you plan on sticking around here, listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com, thank you very much. We're going to introduce you to the starting lineups here in just a bit, so stick around. Falcons baseball just a couple of minutes away right here on mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Just minutes away from first pitch between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Let's introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams, and we'll start with the visitors today from North Jackson County. Leading off is their catcher, Ryan McFall. Carson Robinson is the left fielder, batting second, followed by the pitcher, Colin Stockton, batting third. Braden Nugent is the shortstop, batting fourth. Nathan Mallory is at first base, hitting fifth. Skylar Tribber is in center field. He bats sixth, followed by the third baseman, Cooper White. Colton Pierce is the right fielder, batting eighth, followed by number 9, Colby Stockton, the second baseman. Now, moving on over to the Klamath Falls Falcons starting 9. It's Max Price, the second baseman, leading off, followed by Connor Shively, the shortstop, batting second. Jacoby Takini is the catcher. He bats third, followed by the pitcher, Colin Takini. PJ Safford is batting fifth. He starts at third base, followed by Carson Pimley, the right fielder, batting sixth. Corbin Hamilton is at first base. He bats seventh, followed by Carson Sims, the center fielder, batting eighth. And Ryan Douglas bats ninth, the left fielder. They'll go up against, again, Colin Stockton on the mound for North Jackson. Colin Takini will get the ball for the Klamath Falls Falcons as we are just a couple of minutes away here between the Royals and the Falcons. A rivalry that began budding before Independence Day. Very excited for a quality couple of games today. We're going to step aside one last time. When we come back, the Falcons will have taken the field and will be ready for first pitch on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities. adding more threads to the fabric to make our community stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great. Participate!
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Klamath Falls Falcons have taken the field, getting ready for first pitch against the North Jackson Royals. Colin Tacchini, the right-hander from Lakeview, getting the start for Klamath Falls. Taking a look at the numbers for him this season, he is making his 7th start of the summer, his 8th overall appearance. Through 32 2/3 innings, Colin has a record of 4-0. He's given up 27 hits, 12 runs, 9 of them earned. He's walked 9 against 30 strikeouts this summer. He's got an ERA of 1.93. And going up against a starting lineup for North Jackson, which is led off by Ryan McFall, Carson Robinson, and Colin Stockton. The North Jackson Royals wearing their powder blue pinstriped tops with dark blue numbers across their back, and North Jackson written across their chest in white cursive text, and white pants for the Royals. For the Falcons today, they're wearing their red tops with blue Falcons written across their chest in cursive text with a white outline there, and across their back they've got blue numbers with white trim along those and white pants today for the Falcons. PJ Safford getting the start at third, Connor Shively at short, Max Price is at second with Corbin Hamilton at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Ryan Douglas, Carson Sims, and Carson Pimley. And doing the catching today, captain of the infield, is Jacoby Tacchini. Ryan McFall getting ready to step in now for the North Jackson Royals. Again, this is the third meeting between these two teams this season, but Ryan McFall in each of the first 2 games these guys played back on July 3rd was hitless. In the Nightcap, in which North Jackson won, he finished 0 for 3. But he leads things off against Colin Tacchini. The pitch from Colin misses inside, and that's how we get things started at 5:32 here live from Kiger Stadium, just off of South 6th Street in Klamath Falls. A fine night for baseball, 87 degrees, and beautiful blue skies over the fence. As a line drive to right field is gloved by Pimley, and that'll be the first out of the first inning. With 1 gone, in steps Carson Robinson. Well, just continuing to look back at what Robinson did last time these two teams played. Didn't get a whole lot of opportunity in the win for North Jackson, but was 0 for 3, the game in which the Falcons defeated the Royals 6-2. That was in the opener of the doubleheader. First pitch is fouled away. The count is 0-1. 325 down either line here at Kiger Stadium. 350 to left and right center. 385 to straightaway center field as Tacchini drops in a breaking ball to get ahead of Robinson. The count is 0-2. Here's the pitch from Colin. The 0-2 is taken high and in. Count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Carson Robinson stands tall in the right-handed batter's box. He is a class of 26 graduate for Eagle Point High School. In fact, everyone on this North Jackson team hails from Eagle Point High School. As this time Robinson chases a high fastball out of the zone, goes down on strikes for the second out here in the first inning, and it brings up the pitcher, Colin Stockton. Stockton was 0 for 2 and 0 for 3 in each of the games. He was 1 for 3 in the opener against the Falcons as he takes strike one, a curveball on the inside corner of the plate, just around belt level for Stockton. First time he's started on the mound against Klamath Falls this season, but not the first time that he's thrown against him. We'll talk a little bit more about that once he gets out there on the bump right now in a 1-1 count against Colin Tacchini. Here's the delivery. It's a fastball that just misses outside, maybe a touch high. Count moves to 2 balls and a strike to Stockton. Braden Nugent is on deck for the North Jackson Royals, who are coached by Tyson Wolf. Colin Tacchini looks in, gets the target from Jacoby, delivers the 2-1. It's popped foul. Count is even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the first inning. Only just getting started from Kiger Stadium. A doubleheader tonight. We'll take a look at the league standings a little bit later on, but North Jackson only about 3 games back of the Falcons, and the Falcons trying to inch closer to Central Point in the standings as a curveball is taken for strike 3 by Stockton on the inside corner. Tacchini goes back-to-back Ks to end the first inning. And we'll head to the bottom half of the first next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Be great. Participate.
We're getting set for the bottom of the first inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons hosting the North Jackson Royals. The Royals have got their right-hander Colin Stockton getting the start today on the season. This is his 3rd start of the year. This will be his 6th overall appearance on the mound. Carries a 1-0 record. That's through 9 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 12 hits, 14 runs, although just 4 of them earned. He's walked 13 against 8 strikeouts for an ERA of 3.0. First delivery to Max Price, who's making a return to the lineup for the first time in 5 games. Takes a ball high, 1-0. Price getting the start at second base today for the Falcons. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. Talked a bit about it in the top half of the first inning, but Colin Stockton did throw a little bit against the Falcons last time these two teams met back on July 3rd. In fact, he was the winning pitcher in the extra innings defeat that the Falcons suffered at the hand of the Royals, where he pitched the final 2 2/3 innings without allowing a hit. He did walk 3, but he struck out 3 as well, and, of course, the winning pitcher of record in that game. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter for the Falcons, Max Price, with Connor Shively waiting on deck. 2-2 pitch is a bouncing ball sent to third base. White plays it on a hop. Short hops the first baseman on the throw, but Mallory able to pick it up and record the out. 1 away in the bottom of the first inning. Go around the diamond defensively for North Jackson. The catcher is Ryan McFall with White at third, Braden Nugent at short. Colby Stockton is at second with Nathan Mallory at first. Carson Robinson in left. They've got Skylar Tribber in center field. And Colton Pierce is in right for North Jackson. The first pitch to Connor Shively. Missed the zone. The count is 1-0 to the Falcons shortstop. Here's the pitch. This is inside. Count moves to 2-0. So while Stockton had success against Klamath Falls back on July 3rd, it's a 2-0 pitch. The line drive to center field. Hold that thought as the center fielder Tribber moves underneath it and puts that one away for the second out. Wasn't as fruitful of an outing last time out for Colin Stockton. This came on July 3rd when the North Jackson Royals played Central Point. It was a tough start, to say the least, for Mr. Stockton. Only got through 2/3 of an inning, faced 9 batters, and gave up 4 runs. It was a game that Central Point would go on to win in walk-off fashion, an 8-7 final. Central Point just holding on for that victory that allowed them to remain with only 1 loss in league play that they suffered to the Falcons here at Kiger Stadium earlier in the season. The 1-0 pitch is fouled off by Jacoby Takini, making the count a ball and a strike. Takini sat on the bench to start yesterday's second leg of a doubleheader against the Salem Dodgers. It was the first game in which he hadn't started this summer, but no doubt earning that rest. The Falcons wound up picking up a doubleheader sweep of the Salem WellCare Dodgers yesterday. Pardon me. And the day before that were victors in North Eugene, 5-0. All told, the Falcons have won their last 5 ball games coming into this important doubleheader today against North Jackson. The 2-1 misses inside below the knees as well to Jacoby. He gets ahead 3-1 with his cousin Colin Takini waiting on deck. The delivery from Stockton is looked at for a strike. Fastball finds the outside part of the zone, and the count runs full to Takini. Looking in, getting the sign from McFall. Here's the delivery from Stockton on the 3-2. It's ripped foul deep to left field, but well out of play. And we'll do it again, 3-2. Jacoby Takini on the season, batting .316. He settles in for a 3-2 pitch once more. Here comes from Stockton. It's a fastball down the middle. Takini sends it high into the right center field gap. On the run, the center fielder Tribber won't be able to come up with it. Takini rounds first and heads for second. Tribber, despite a quality effort, laid out for, and it just tipped off the end of the leather and wound up an extra base hit with 2 outs for the Falcons catcher. It'll produce Chase Barrett out of the dugout into courtesy run for the Falcons catcher, Jacoby Takini. And that double goes in as number 8 on the season for him. Now Colin Takini a chance with an early RBI opportunity. Colin batting .341, 33 RBI on the summer. That's second most on the team as he takes ball 1 high. The count is 1-0. And while most of the Falcons' bats were quiet in the nightcap last time they played Eagle Point in the opener, Colin Takini with a quality outing, going 1 for 3 and knocking in a couple of runs, scoring a run himself in that contest. Count right now to him is 2-0 as Stockton comes set with the pitch. Second baseman Colby Stockton there to hold the runner honest, but the pitch home misses upstairs once more, and the count is 3-0 to Colin Takini, with P.J. Safford on deck for the Falcons. Chase Barrett gets a fairly aggressive secondary lead off second base. As the pitch home misses in the dirt, Colin works a walk. Now 2 men are on with 2 out for P.J. Safford. Safford was 2 for 4 with a couple of RBI in the 6-2 win for the Falcons against North Jackson back on July 3rd. Golden RBI opportunity here for the Falcons' third baseman. Pitch on the way is going to find the zone. A fastball on the outside. Count is 0-1 to PJ. In the win yesterday against the Salem Dodgers, Takini was 3 for 5 with 5 RBI. And Falcons needed every bit of those in the late going of the game. I believe he hit an RBI that wound up tying the game and eventually giving them the lead in the late going of a comeback against the Salem Dodgers. Count to him right now is 0-2, and he'll take ball 1 upstairs, maybe a touch outside as well, as P.J. Safford settles back in. Carson Pimley waits on deck for Safford. He hits a high fly ball to shallow right field into no man's land. It gets down. Rounding third, headed home is Chase Barrett. He will score. And an RBI single for P.J. Safford gets the Falcons on the board 1-0. Runners at the corners now for Carson Pimley. Add another RBI to the total for P.J. Safford, who has come up in a lot of clutch situations these last couple of games. 29 RBI on the season now for PJ, scoring Barrett, moving Colin to third, and winding up at first himself. Now, see how creative the Falcons wind up getting on the base paths as early in the ball game they like to do the typical delayed steal. That's why you see the catcher Ryan McFall emerge from behind home plate just for a moment to give his infield some signs ahead of the first pitch to Carson Pimley. Here's the delivery to Pimley. That one misses upstairs. There's Safford with the delayed steal and the throw down. They've got him in a rundown. Now breaking for the plate is Colin Takini. The throw home will get him in time. North Jackson expecting the play, and, well, it works out for him that time, cutting down the run. But the Falcons do score one in the inning on the RBI single from P.J. Safford. They claim the lead in the bottom of the first inning. Headed to the top of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Top of the second inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 1-0. It'll be the middle of the order for North Jackson due up here in the second. It's Braden Nugent, Nathan Mallory, and Skylar Tribber. It's Colin Takini out there working into the second inning of his start. He also got a little bit of work in against North Jackson last time these teams played. He pitched 2 innings against them in the extra innings loss, but Takini was solid in those 2 innings he pitched without giving up a run or a hit. He walked 1, but he struck out 4 batters, and 3 of those couldn't have been more important, working out of a jam in which the, at the time, go-ahead run was at third base, punching out 3 straight to keep him stranded and, at the time, keep the team in the ball game. Hoping to get more out of 2 innings, though, here in the start as he gets ready to deliver to Braden Nugent. Takini out of the windup. Here it comes. Goes curveball. Nugent checks his swing, but not in time, and that is called strike 1. Takini ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch. That one is a fastball, and blew right by him. Had to just look at that one go by as Nugent falls behind 0-2. He was 3 for 4 in the win for North Jackson last time these two teams played. The 0-2, though, misses outside to him. The count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. In the start at shortstop today, Nugent is class of 26 for the Eagle Point Eagles. The 1-2 pitch is a line drive to first. Corbin Hamilton, opposite the hot corner, makes the catch for the first out. Brings up Nathan Mallory. He was the hero for North Jackson back at Eagle Point, coming up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie ball game, the situation that every kid thinks about. He was able to come through for his team in a walk-off single. Here, though, he takes ball 1 upstairs, gets ahead. Colin Takini looking in, ready for the 1-0 pitch. Here it comes. That one also misses high. Count moves to 2-0. Mallory finished 2 for 4 in that game, but only had that 1 RBI. So that pitch is fouled back off. The count is 2-1. After Mallory in the order, it's Skylar Tribber. 1 gone after the line out to first. Here's a line drive into center field. Sims lays out for it, but he can't bring it in. He stops it from getting behind him, though, so it'll go in the book as a single for Nathan Mallory. Good effort by Sims in center. But that ball had a lot of backspin on it and just spun right towards the outfield grass and in for a base hit. Here's Skylar Tribber coming up now for North Jackson with a runner aboard at first and 1 out. Tribber was 0 for 3 in the win for North Jackson and 1 for 2 in the opener of that previous doubleheader. Colin Tacchini, without checking on the runner at first after coming set, delivers in ball 1, a slider which missed outside. Count moves to 1-0. Tribber, class of 27, he'll be a junior next year at Eagle Point High School. Move over to first and back safely is the runner there, Mallory. Count remains 1-0 at the plate to Tribber. On the season for the center fielder for North Jackson, he bats .359. That pitch misses outside. The count is 2-0. This North Jackson squad as a team swings the bats well. Bats .335 as a unit. Tacchini checks the runner at first before coming set. Another move over to first. And again, back safely is Mallory. Really worried about the runner Mallory over there. On the season, he's 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts. Here's a fastball that gets past Tribber. The count moves to 2-1. North Jackson, not a team that steals a ton of bases. There's only about one guy who's got most of them done. That's Ryan McFall, who leads the team with 7. Otherwise, the team only has 20 stolen bases aside from him. Another move over to first, and the runner back safely. Now Tacchini is set again for the 2-1. Here it comes, another fastball. This is foul tipped into the glove of Jacoby Tacchini, but goes in as strike 2. Now Tribber is going to have to shorten up a bit. Steps a half step closer to home plate from the right-handed batter's box as Tacchini checks over there before coming set. Now makes a move, and again, safely back to first is Mallory. It's only about a 4-step lead for Mallory off of first. Tacchini delivers the 2-2 home. Fastball again. Got Tribber swinging for the second out in the second inning. A third strikeout for Tacchini thus far in the ballgame. Here comes Cooper White, the third baseman for North Jackson. He'll be a senior next year for Eagle Point High School. White scored a run in the opener against Klamath Falls last time these guys played, and was 2 for 4 in the victory for North Jackson. Here he sends a hard ground ball to second base. Max Price up with it routinely onto first, and that will end the inning. North Jackson gets one hit, but they leave him stranded as the Falcons lead 1-0. We go to the bottom half of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Getting set now for the bottom of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. It's a 1-0 Falcons lead, and the right fielder Carson Pimley gets ready to lead things off for the boys in red. It's Pimley, then Hamilton, then Sims against Colin Stockton. Here's the first pitch to Pimley. He looks at strike one, a fastball on the outside corner. On the season, Pimley has seen the batting average rise as of late, now at a clean 300 on the summer. Here he sends a high fly ball to the left side of the infield. The shortstop, Nugent, has to battle the sun, but he brings it in for the first out. This will bring up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton, this most recent time out, had a run scored in the win against the Salem Dodgers. That was in the Nightcap. In the opener, Corbin Hamilton finished 1 for 4, couple of runs scored and an RBI. His last time out here, he takes strike one. Right-handed hitting first baseman for the Falcons awaits the 0-1 pitch, drives it the opposite way, out of play, foul. Count moves to 0-2 to Hamilton. On the season for Corbin, batting .364, which is good for fourth best on the team. Here he sends a weak roller out to shortstop. Nugent up with it. Throw on to first is in time, and that will be the second out in the bottom of the second inning. Carson Sims getting ready to step in now for the Falcons. The team leader in in batting average, batting .481. Don't typically see your team's highest average hitter hit in the 8-hole. Sims had been leading off the last 5 games with the absence of Max Price in the lineup. But they like him to hit in this 8-hole when he's able to do things just like this, sending a hard base hit into left field. A little 2-out rally beginner there for the Falcons as Sims reaches base, the third hit of the day for the Falcons. Sims will see that average grow just a bit more, and it brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas on the season, batting .293. Hitting from the right side, getting the start in left field today. Douglas awaits the first offering from Stockton. Swings at the first pitch and rips it foul towards the Falcons' dugout. The count moves to 0-1. Douglas was 0 for 6 across the 2 games in which the Falcons played against North Jackson back on July 3rd. Still looking for his first hit against this squad as the lineup card would turn over next with Max Price if Douglas can find a way to get on base. The 0-1 he waves at and misses an off-speed pitch from Colin Stockton, and the count is 0-2 to Douglas. Looks in, gets a few signs from the Falcons' head coach, Sean Teeters. Down the first base line is Joe Tacchini, and in the dugout is Craig Connor. Here's the 0-2. Fastball hit in the air left side, shallow left field. The shortstop, Nugent, calls everybody off and makes the catch, backpedaling to retire the side. The Falcons get one base hit, but they leave Sims stranded at first. They carry a 1-0 lead to the top of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Top of the third inning in a 1-0 ball game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals. Due up this half inning for the Royals will be 8-9-1 in their order. It's Colton Pierce, Colby Stockton, and Ryan McFall. Take a look at Colton Pierce on the season for the North Jackson Royals. Batting .306. And that, technically speaking, is the third lowest batting average on the team. Pretty impressive for this squad to have a .300 hitter being towards the bottom of their team batting average rankings. Here he takes ball one inside. Gets ahead of Colin Tacchini. Here's the 1-0 on the way from Colin. That one is waved at and missed. Count runs even now with a ball and a strike. North Jackson 8-6 on the season. That's also their league record. They haven't played a single non-league contest. Their year opened back on June 10th. A couple of wins against the Grants Pass Diggers, followed by 2 shutout losses against Central Point. That was back on June 12th. So right now the count is 1-2 to Colton Pierce. Delivery on the way from Tacchini. Fastball swung on and missed. Down goes Pierce on the upstairs heater, one away in the third inning. And that would be the 4th strikeout for Colin in this contest, bringing up Colby Stockton. North Jackson returned to winning ways on June 17th, a sweep against North Medford before splitting with South Medford. They had quite a long layoff before their July 3rd meeting with the Falcons, which we've talked at length about. They, of course, split those 2 games at Eagle Point High School as Tacchini gets across a breaking ball called strike 1 to Colby Stockton. The count is even now to the second baseman for North Jackson. Delivery swung on and missed. Count is 0-2 now for Stockton. Since we last saw North Jackson, though, a pair more wins against Grants Pass, 18-5 and 16-0, and then 2 more losses against Central Point. These were their most recent games on July 8th, in which they lost to the Comets 11-1 in the opener, nearly knocked them off in the nightcap. 8-7 was the final score, and Central Point had to walk them off at the bottom of the 7th inning. Tacchini drops in a curveball, misses inside. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Stockton. And in fact, no non-league contests scheduled the rest of the way for North Jackson either. The 1-2 misses high and tight. Count moves to 2-2. After the doubleheader here at Kiger Stadium tonight, tomorrow they'll be on the road playing the North Medford Mavericks for an 11 a.m. doubleheader. Boy, that is a tough turnaround for them tomorrow. The 2-2 is a curveball that is a grounder towards third. Safford has to charge in a little bit, come up and make a strong throw to first for the out in time. 2 away in the third. After their doubleheader against North Medford tomorrow, they will have Sunday and Monday off before finishing out the regular season in a home doubleheader against the South Medford Colts. So with 2 away, we go back to the top of the order in the top of the third inning. It's Ryan McFall as Tacchini gets ready to deliver the first pitch to McFall. It's a fastball that misses high. Count goes to 1-0. McFall, so far in this game, flew out to right field in his first and only at-bat thus far. Tacchini delivers the 1-0. Off-speed pitch, again rolled to third, although this one kicks foul. 1-1. After McFall in the order for the Royals, it's Carson Robinson. Wind blowing slightly out to center field here at Kiger Stadium. That would be straight southeast. The fastball on the outside, fouled off. Count moves to 1-2. Not a ton of wind blowing out there, but typically the wind blows out to center or left field. Right now just going straight away. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's looked at in the dirt. Counts even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sun will be in the eyes of the outfielders in left and center field until probably beginning of the nightcap tonight here at Kiger Stadium. The 2-2 is a line drive to second base, and it gets by Max Price into right field. And a base hit for Ryan McFall with 2 outs in the third brings up Carson Robinson. Price didn't have much of a play on that ball. It was hit pretty hard and maybe a little bit tall for him to reach for as well, as Robinson gets ready to step in now with a runner on and 2 gone. Robinson is 0 for 1 in the contest. He struck out back in the first inning. Takini comes set, move over to first, and back safely is McFall. Like I said, McFall is the guy you got to keep tabs on the base paths for North Jackson. He has been caught twice this year, but his 7 steals lead the bunch. Here's the first pitch home to Robinson. It's in the dirt, but Takini keeps it in front of him. Count moves to 1-0, and the runner remains at first. Robinson, the team's third leading hitter, bats .400 even on the summer for the North Jackson Royals. The 1-0 on the way from Takini is a fastball that misses low. Count is 2-0. On deck after Robinson in the order is Colin Stockton. Small lead off of first for McFall, only about 3 steps. Takes another half step as Takini comes set and delivers the 2-0. There's a firm fastball. That time it finds the zone on the outside corner. Count is 2-1 to the Royals left fielder. Big gap on the right side of the infield with Hamilton holding the runner at first and Price playing protecting against the steal. He shaded a little bit over towards second. As the 2-1 is sliced foul, count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Outfield shaded just a touch to the left, guarding against the right-handed pull hitter. Takini comes set with the 2-2. Another move over to first. No tag applied this time, though, as throw took Hamilton off the bag even just for a moment. I think they might have knocked first base ajar down there, and they get it dug back in there. It seems as though they have. All right. Looks like we got the base fixed, and we're ready for baseball again. The count is 2-2 to Carson Robinson. 2 gone, top of the third inning, and a runner at first. Here's the pitch from Takini. It is once again fouled off towards the parking lot. 2-2. After a strikeout and a ground out, Ryan McFall earned his trip to first by a line drive single to right field. Takini checks on him and comes together. Kicks and delivers the 2-2 once more. Misses upstairs with a fastball, and the count is full. Takini's still yet to surrender a walk today. He has struck out 4 batters. Finds himself in a full count here with 2 away in the top of the third. Trying to protect his team's 1-run lead. Here's the pitch. Runner, of course, on the move. A curveball dropped in for strike 3. Got Robinson looking to retire the side. A single, but no runs scored for the Royals in the third. They trail the Falcons 1-0. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 1-0. Due up this half for the Falcons will be the top of their order. Max Price, Connor Shively, and Jacoby Takini. Second time through the order against Colin Stockton. See what kind of adjustments the Falcons have made. Gives us an opportunity to take a quick look at the area standings coming into play today. Is if you're watching on mybasin.com, they appear on your screen right now. Central Point leads the way with a 15-1 league mark, 26-1 overall on the season. The Falcons right now in second place, 11-2 in league play, 24-6-1 overall. These North Jackson Royals are 8-6, both in league play and overall. North Medford is in fourth place in the league, 6-10, tied up with South Medford, who's also 6-10. Grants Pass finally found their first league win. They are now 1-16, still pulling up the caboose, though, in Area 4. So back to baseball as we get set for the bottom of the third inning. Max Price gets ready to step in now. First time we've seen Price in 5 games. He's 0 for 1 today, but bats .371 for the season. He'll take a ball high, 1-0. It was a collision running down to first base. Max Price was safe on the play, but just ran into the first baseman. Just didn't quite recover from that immediately and had to miss a handful of games, but good to see him back in the order today as he gets ahead of Stockton 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is a sharp grounder to short. Up with it is Nugent. Had to play an ugly hop, but does so successfully, and the out is recorded at first. 1 gone in the third inning. This will bring up Connor Shively. Shively is 0 for 1 in the contest today. Shively hoping that he's broken out of a little bit of a slump. Finished 1 for 3 against the Salem Dodgers in the opener last night. Well, we'll have to hold that thought again as he sends another high fly ball to center field. And in the gap, Tribber takes it in for the second out in the third inning. Trying to give Shively a little bit of credit there, but has now gone on an 0 for 7 stretch. He'll look to break out of that later in the game, but here comes Jacoby Tacchini with 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning. Tacchini's 1 for 1 today. He shot a double to the left center field gap back in the first inning. Here he pops one up towards second base. Stockton back in shallow right field makes the catch, and that will retire the side. The Falcons down in order in the third inning, but they lead 1-0 as we go to the top of the fourth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
It's the top of the fourth inning. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 1-0. So far in the ball game for the Falcons, 1 run on 3 hits. They've committed no errors. They have left 2 runners on base. For the North Jackson Royals, no runs on 2 hits. They have committed no errors. They have also left 2 runners on base in the contest. 2 up for them this half inning will be their pitcher, Colin Stockton, followed by Braden Nugent and Nathan Mallory. That's 3, 4, and 5 in the order for North Jackson. Colin Tacchini still throwing well out there. Read the line score. You know, he's only given up 2 hits. And he's recorded 6 strikeouts through his first 3 innings. He has averaged 2 a frame, and he's gotten 2 a frame. 5 strikeouts. Added 1 extra one in the second inning there, but still 2 in each the third and the first innings. Here's a ground ball towards the left side of the infield, through into left field, and a leadoff single for Colin Stockton puts a runner on to lead off the fourth inning. Nugent getting ready to step up now for North Jackson. He hit a hard line drive to first his first time around. It was gloved by Hamilton, so 0 for 1 today. As Stockton takes a steady lead off of first. And here's the pitch. Just misses outside. The count is 1-0. That hit for Stockton, by the way, boosting his .308 batting average. 13 base hits on the season. is tied for third most for North Jackson. Here's the 1-0. It's a curveball dropped in there for a strike. Count is even now, 1-1 to Braden Nugent. He bats .419. That is the team leader in average so far this year for North Jackson. The 1-1, check swing. He held up in time, I believe. Nope, they're going to say that he went around. Count is 1-2. Had to check out for the base umpire on that one, who's stationed behind the pitcher. But he says he went around, so the count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Nugent with Nathan Mallory on deck. Takini checks on the runner at first and delivers home. A fastball that just misses off the outside part of the plate. Oh no, called strike 3. Not an emphatic punch out by the umpire. A little bit of a delayed call, but Takini will pick up that strikeout for the first out in the 4th inning. Nathan Mallory 1 for 1 in the contest today. He singled back in the 2nd inning. Middle infield prepared to turn 2. Corners will be protecting the bunt against Mallory. Runner is on the move at first. It was a hit and run, but the batted ball goes foul. Count moves to 0-1 to Mallory with Skylar Tribber on deck. And Colin Stockton over there at first. And not much of a base-stealing threat. He's got 3 stolen bases on the season for North Jackson. Only about a 3-step lead. Takes another half step as Takini comes set. And Takini misses outside with the 0-1 pitch. The count evens up at 1. It's all about the jump, though, for Stockton, especially in a situation where you might have a hit and run on in a 1-1 count. We'll see if it comes back for Mallory. They move over to first just to check on it, but the runner again dives back safely. Mallory on the season for North Jackson bats .364. All of his base hits have been singles this year. Here he sends a line drive into left, and he'll add another in this spot, moving Stockton into scoring position and reaching first himself. Go-ahead run now on base with Skylar Tribber set to swing away. Tribber 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out back in the 2nd inning. But with the tying run in scoring position, see if North Jackson has anything on here. Second baseman Max Price tasked with keeping the runner honest over there at second. Not much of a lead, though, for Stockton. He's more stationed behind second base than with a real lead. Here's the first pitch from Takini. Sharp grounder to third. Winds up a fair ball down the line. They're waving in Stockton, and he will score. The throw into second to try to get Tribber winds up wild. That's going to allow Mallory to come in and score, and Tribber winds all the way up at third after the error. So Tribber with an RBI double, advancing to third on the error. Stockton scoring, giving Tribber the RBI, and Mallory scoring on the error. And just like that, the game is flipped on its head. North Jackson leads 2-1, and they've got a runner 90 feet away from scoring, still with just 1 out. Cooper White steps in now for North Jackson. He's 0 for 1 today. And the pitch. Takini misses off the plate with a fastball. Count moves to 1-0. White grounded out to second base in the 2nd inning. That double for Tribber was his 7th double of the summer, and he leads the team in that category, also picking up his 12th RBI. He leads the team in that category now as well, breaking a 3-way tie that he held with Garcia and Stockton. The 1-1 to Cooper White is fouled off. Count is now 1-2 to the third baseman for North Jackson. Colton Pierce waits on deck for the boys in powder blue. Jacoby Takini gives the sign to Colin. Sets up the target. And Takini delivers the pitch. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Down goes Cooper White for the 2nd out here in the 4th inning. And it will bring up Colton Pierce. He is 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the 3rd inning. Pierce on the season, though, batting .306. Runner at third is Tribber. The delivery home is a slider that starts in off the plate but moves back across the zone. Takini using it to get ahead. moving the count to 0-1. After Pierce in the order is the number 9 batter in the order, Colby Stockton waits on deck. Here's the pitch from Takini. Dials back the velocity again to get across strike 2. Now can go just about anywhere against the right fielder Colton Pierce. Off speed twice. See if he tries to dial up a fastball here in an 0-2 count. Takini comes set, kicks and fires. Heater just misses below the knees, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. It's the right pitch in the right spot to try to get Pierce to chase, but able to lay off that pitch to see one more at least from Colin. Here's the 1-2. Another fastball, this time jammed him for strike 3. 3 base hits, though, and 2 runs come across to score for North Jackson. They take a 2-1 lead, headed to the bottom of the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
It's the bottom of the 4th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons now trailing the North Jackson Royals, a score of 2-1. Due up is Colin Takini, P.J. Safford, and Carson Pimley. Going to try to get the rally started to answer the calls. The Falcons surrendered 2 runs in the last half inning. Knew better to get it started than their own pitcher, Colin Takini. He takes a look at ball 1 to get ahead. Now the delivery from Stockton misses inside, and Colin gets ahead 2-0. He walked and was out trying to score on his trip around the bases in the first inning. 2-0 pitch is looked at for strike 1. And Takini, Takini, he is still ahead in the count, 2-1. Here's Stockton from the windup. Another fastball. This time misses, I think, upstairs. Count moves to 3-1. After Takini, it's Safford who waits on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch from Stockton. Inside fastball misses for ball 4. And Colin will work a walk for the second time today. And he is the leadoff base runner. And the tying run is on for the Falcons. Colin extending his team lead in the base on balls category. He's now worked 19 on the summer, building out a healthy lead over the next best, Corbin Hamilton. Here's P.J. Safford. First pitch swinging for P.J. Pops it foul behind first. Count goes 0-1. Safford came up with an RBI single back in the first inning. On the season, Safford batting .327. His 29 RBI is third most on the team. But right now, the task is just to get on base. Stockton looks in, comes set. Not much of a lead off of first for Takini as Safford takes a fastball high. Count is 1-1. After PJ in the order is Carson Pimley, the right fielder for the Falcons. Middle infield ready to turn 2 for North Jackson. Nugent and Stockton both cheating a little bit towards second base. The first baseman Mallory holding the runner. Pitch on the way. Colin Takini on the move. Safford pokes one into right field on the ground. Now Takini rounding second, going for third. The ball is misplayed in right field. Pierce picks it up in time. They keep Takini at third, but the hit and run to perfection. That puts runners at the corners now for Carson Pimley. Makes Safford 2 for 2 on the day. I was trying to give Pimley some credit in his last at-bat, but he popped out before I could finish my thought with him. But a guy who has found himself in the starting lineup more these last 5 games. We talked about the absence of Max Price moving the batting order around. Well, Pimley was the guy that they called into the lineup to replace him, despite him not just sliding into that leadoff spot, as here he takes ball 1 after showing bunt. In these last 5 games, he's seen his batting average jump up 30 points to come into the game batting .300. He has swung the bat well and in big-time spots. Finds himself in one here with the tying run at third. The 1-0. Pimley showing bunt again, pokes it foul. Count is even, 1-1. After Carson Pimley in the Falcons order, it is Corbin Hamilton. Corner is going to be in protecting bunt. We'll see how they handle Colin Takini. Again, he was out trying to score last time around the bases too. He can get a pretty good lead off of third with White in protecting the bunt. Pimley shows bunt again, but that ball misses up high. Maybe a little bit in tight as well. Pimley ducks out of the way, gets ahead 2-1. Key for Pimley is going to be trying to poke this down the first base side where no one is there to field the ball. The 2-1, and Pimley pulls back the bunt and gets ahead 3-1. That fastball missing a little bit outside, maybe a touch high as well. Coach Teeters issuing a new set of signs to not only his base runners, but also Pimley at the plate. See if Carson has a green light in a 3-1 count. Nope, he's showing bunt once more. Pokes it right back to the mound. Stockton comes up with it. The throw to the catcher takes him away from the play, and Colin Takini will score, tying the ball game at 2. Everyone else is safe. Pimley at first, Safford moving up into scoring position at second, and an RBI for Carson Pimley. Brings up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to shortstop back in the second inning. Still going to be protecting the bunt is Mallory at first. And the pitch, Hamilton does show bunt and fouls that one off. Count is 0-1. Inning started with the walk to Colin Takini, P.J. Safford, and Carson Pimley going back-to-back with singles, allowing that run to come in and score. We are tied at 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning of an Area 4 league doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Delivery of the 0-1 pitch to Corbin Hamilton. Has a bunt down the third base side. The pitcher, Stockton, slides to come up with it, fires it to first over the head of Stockton, who is covering first. 1 run comes in to score. They're waving in Carson Pimley. The throw home is not in time. 2 runs come in to score, and the Falcons lead 4-2. Winding up at second after the error was Corbin Hamilton. Falcons have taken advantage. A little bit of small ball working out positively. 3 runs home in the inning and 1 more in scoring position now for Carson Sims. All right, so Corbin Hamilton having a sacrifice there and then reaching second on the error. Give him the RBI for one of those runs coming in. He stands alone on the base paths at second as Sims shows bunt as well. This one laid out to the pitcher. Stockton comes up with it. The throw on to Colby Stockton at first is in time. And so after 3 tries in a row, North Jackson finally able to record that out at first. There are 2 gone, but in the meantime, Hamilton advanced to third, bringing up Ryan Douglas with 2 away. Douglas flew out to shortstop the last time up. And with 1 gone, the infield comes in for North Jackson. Going to try to cut down that leading runner who stands at third in the person of Corbin Hamilton. Due up next for the Falcons, the top of their order, Max Price. Catcher McFall delivers the sign to the pitcher, gives the target, sets up outside, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is even at a ball and a strike to Ryan Douglas. On the season for Douglas, batting .293. Has a couple extra base hits, 12 RBI on the season for Douglas. Big one out there waiting for him at third. Here's the delivery from Colin Stockton. Douglas looks at a fastball that misses high. Count moves to 2-1. Douglas win a couple of games without getting much play at the plate. Maybe being groomed to get a pitching performance, but he sends a jolt into one, high to left field. Going back is the left fielder. Making the catch by the warning track is Robinson. Able to tag and score is Corbin Hamilton. A sacrifice fly and an RBI, and the Falcons lead 5-2. This brings up Max Price. He's 0 for 2 today and bats with 2 gone and the bases empty. Falcons have gone for 4 runs here in the bottom of the third to build out a 3-run advantage. Here's the first delivery to Max Price. It's a fastball that just catches the upper middle part of the zone, and Price falls behind 0-1. Stockton with the pitch. That one misses off the plate outside, maybe a touch high as well. 1-1 to Price with Connor Shively waiting on deck for the Falcons. Stockton steps, kicks, fires, and a roller down the first base line is foul. Count is a ball and 2 strikes to Max Price. On the season, bats .371. Price has started in every game he's played, but again, that stretch of 5 games that he missed due to a small injury took him out of the running for guys who've started and played in every game. I believe that list is only P.J. Safford now, guys who have played in and started every single game of the summer. Right now the count is 2-2 to Price as Stockton kicks and fires. A ground ball right back up the middle and into center field. And a 2-out base knock for Max Price will bring up Connor Shively. Shively 0 for 2 today. Couple of flyouts to center field. He's hit the ball well twice, but it's just hung up in the air a little bit too long to settle down for a base hit. Shively looking to keep a 2-out rally going for the Falcons, who've swung it well this half inning. First pitch swing and another ground ball up the middle. Ricochets off the glove of the pitcher, rolls out to second. Colby Stockton doesn't have a chance. And an infield single for Connor Shively will bring up Jacoby Takini. First base hit for Shively in his last 7 tries. Hopefully that can break him out of a small slump he found himself in Salem yesterday. Shively now aboard at first. Takini's 1 for 2 today as he steps in, doubled in the first inning, and the courtesy runner, Chase Barrett, would come in to score the opening run of the ball game for the Falcons. But back in the third, Takini flew out to second base. Here's the first pitch on the way from Stockton. High leg kick, checking the runner at second before delivering a fastball over the middle of the plate that Takini takes for strike 1. After Jacoby in the order, back where we all started with Colin Takini waiting on deck. Set is Stockton. The delivery is a fastball, misses away from Jacoby. 1-1 the count to the Falcons catcher. Bats .316, 24 RBI. A couple of runners on base for him with Shively at first and Price on second. 2 gone in the bottom of the fourth. The pitch to Takini misses low below the knees and off the plate outside. 2-1 to Jacoby. No movement in the bullpen at all for North Jackson. Hasn't been yet today. Feel confident with Stockton out there, at least thus far. The 2-1, a line drive to third, down the line, fair. That's going to roll to the wall. They're going to score Price. Shively gets the green light. The throw-in is cut off. Takini rounds second, and they backdoor him, getting a bit overzealous, rounding after the double. But 2 runs come in to score, and the Falcons lead 7-2 as we go to the top of the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
It's the top of the fifth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. And on mybasin.com, the Klamath Falls Falcons exploding for 6 runs in the bottom of the fourth, and they lead 7-2 here in the fifth. Due up for North Jackson, trying to answer the call for them, will be Colby Stockton, then Ryan McFall, then Carson Robinson. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order for the Royals. Colin Tacchini, he got himself into a little bit of trouble in the fourth, looking to straighten out here in the fifth. Gave up 3 base hits and a double, leading to a run. Well, 2 runs, really giving North Jackson the lead. But his offense, starting with him, really came up in a big way in the bottom half of the fourth. Tacchini himself started out that rally with a walk. So here's Colby Stockton getting ready to step in against Colin Tacchini. The first pitch on the way from the right-hander from Lakeview is taken high for a ball, 1-0. Colby Stockton, the younger brother of Colin Stockton, who's been the starting pitcher today for the North Jackson Royals. As he fouls off that pitch, the count is 1-1. The older Stockton, class of 27. Here's Colby, class of 29. He will be a freshman next year for Eagle Point High School. The 1-1 is swung on and missed. The count is 1-2, hoping to help out a program that finished 9-17 overall in the prep spring season, 6-12 overall in the 5A Midwestern League. The 1-2 misses upstairs. Count is 2-2 to Stockton. Went on a pretty lengthy losing streak in the middle part of the year when they lost 12 consecutive games from the dates of April 22nd to May 23rd. And that effectively eliminated them from postseason contention. Haven't made the playoffs in quite a number of years at the prep level. But Coach Tyson Wolf has been tasked with trying to turn this program around, and in 2023 helped them do that. The 2-2 will miss in the dirt. Count is 3-2. Coach Wolf, who is also the coach of this North Jackson team, took over the Eagle Point program in 2021 after the season was missed due to COVID the year before, led the Eagles to a 3-13 record, stepped away for a single season, but came back, and it was the Eagles' first winning season in at least 20 seasons when they finished 14-12. Only have accurate data for Eagle Point going back to 2005, and they did not have a winning record once in that span until Coach Wolf came into the picture. The 3-2 is a high fastball swung on and missed by Stockton. Down on strikes, 1 gone in the fifth inning. Back to the top of the order now for the Royals, it's Ryan McFall. McFall is 1 for 2 in the contest today. He flew out back in the first inning, but singled and was left stranded in the third. Delivery from Tacchini is a line drive into center field. Sims in a couple of steps, puts that one in his back pocket for the second out. Brings up the left fielder, number 2 hitter in the order, Carson Robinson. 0 for 2 today, couple of strikeouts in the first and third innings. Set here is Tacchini from the windup. Line drive into left field and down for a hit. A 2-out knock for Carson Robinson will be his first of the contest, bringing up Colin Stockton. Talked a bit about his younger brother. Colin will be a junior next year at Eagle Point High School. Eagle Point had gone some time without a winning season. Like I said, they've gone some time without a state championship either. Their one and only state championship coming back in 1978 for the Eagle Point Eagles. That year they finished 24-3. Pitch on the way, misses in the dirt. Count is 1-0. This year, though, the North Jackson Royals will have a shot at the Single A Legion State Championship, as we may have to hold this thought for just a moment as Craig Connor comes on out of the Falcons dugout to have a discussion with not only Colin Tacchini on the mound, but also the entire infield. Gives us an opportunity to recognize some of our broadcast sponsors, being Gino's Cafe on East Main Street. They're open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com or have it brought right to you on DoorDash. So as I was saying, as the conference on the mound is concluded, North Jackson will be the host of the Single A State Tournament this year, and so they get that automatic bid. And since our conference only gets 2 bids to the state tournament, the other will go to the conference champion. And that's what the Falcons are trying to stay in step for. Right now, Central Point leading the pack, but the Falcons still have an outside shot if everything falls into place to try to supplant the Comets as the top team in our league. Count is 2-0 after the 1-0 pitch missed in the dirt to Colin Stockton. Runner remains at first in Robinson as Jacoby behind the plate knocks it down successfully. And now Colin comes set with the 2-0. It's a line drive to third, just skips under the glove of Safford and into left. Rounding second, digging for third is Robinson. There's going to be no throw. They try to get the runner advancing to second, and Colin Stockton is in there as well. Puts 2 men in scoring position for Braden Nugent. Single for Stockton, advancing on the throw. So here's Braden Nugent. Actually, strike that as a error in left field, allowing Stockton to advance to second, not necessarily on the throw. Regardless, situation remains the same, and a base hit poked into right center field by Braden Nugent. Run one comes in to score. Stockton will score as well, and the runner advancing to second is Braden Nugent. 2 runs in, and it's a 7-4 ball game. Falcons still lead with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Nathan Mallory stepping in now. He's 2 for 2 today. A single in the second, and he singled and scored in the 4th. Nugent picking up 2 RBI on that last play. For him, it was RBIs number 5 and 6 on the summer. As Tacchini comes set and delivers the pitch. Fastball fouled off. The count is 0-1. After Mallory in the order, it's Skylar Tribber for the North Jackson Royals. He's the number 6 batter in the order. Mallory has seen the Falcons well this season, no doubt about that. Again, he was the walk-off base hit winner in Eagle Point back on July 3rd with the bases loaded in the 9th. But right now, behind in the count 0-1, takes a look at that pitch from Tacchini and spits on the 1 in the dirt. Count moves to 1-1. Mallory will be a senior next year for the Eagle Point Eagles. No batting gloves in the right-handed batter's box. Stays tall. And the 1-1. Big lead off of second as the pitch misses outside. Count is 2-1. The runner at second, Nugent, gets an aggressive secondary lead, but over there in scoring position, you can afford to do that, especially if Tacchini hasn't really checked on him over there. Shively's trying to make his presence known, but Tacchini hasn't thrown over as he comes set with the 2-1. Here's the pitch home. Curveball, it's going to be dropped in the inside, and it's going to miss inside. 3-1. Thought it might have crept back over the plate, but umpire says no dice. Count is 3-1 to Mallory. First base is open. There's 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Tacchini, a line drive into right field, down for a base hit. They're waving in Nugent. The throw is an errant one. comes up the third base line, and that will allow Mallory to advance to second. And the score now 7-5. North Jackson rallying, but they still trail. Nugent comes in to score on the RBI single from Mallory, advancing to second on the error on the throw in from the outfield. And here comes Skylar Tribber. And now we've got our second visit from Craig Connor this half inning, meaning Colin Takini's afternoon is done here in the top of the fifth. We'll see who the Falcons go with to try to get out of this fifth inning, as they still lead the North Jackson Royals 7-5 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Back after this.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
P.J. Safford, the new arm out there for the Klamath Falls Falcons, comes in relief of Colin Takini. P.J. Safford making his 9th appearance of the summer. Would be his 5th in relief. Carries a 2-1 record through 29 2/3 innings pitched. Has given up 28 hits, 14 runs, although just 5 of them earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 29 batters, all for an ERA of 1.18. For the Falcons. Now the North Jackson Royals have rallied a little bit here in the 5th. There was 2 quick outs for Colin Takini to start the inning, first with a strikeout, then a flyout. But 4 consecutive singles, helped out by a couple of Falcons errors, has allowed 3 runs to come home this inning for North Jackson. So they're tapping in Safford to try to put an end to the bleeding here in this inning. Other changes for the Falcons include the former pitcher Colin Takini moving out to second, and former second baseman Max Price filling the spot left at third by P.J. Safford. So no other changes there for Klamath Falls. Skylar Tribber will get set to face P.J. Safford, his first task in relief. Tribber is 1 for 2 in the contest. He struck out in the second, but an RBI double in the fourth helped give his team the lead at the time. North Jackson and Skylar Tribber now representing the tying run here in the top of the 5th inning. B.J. Safford just needing 1 out to get out of this 5th inning. Looks in and gets the sign from Jacoby Takini. And here's the pitch from P.J. Safford. High leg kick, and the fastball is fouled off. Count goes to 0-1. Safford pitched a gem against North Jackson last time these guys played in the opener on July 3rd. Safford pitching a complete 7 innings, allowing 5 hits and 2 unearned runs while striking out 5 and picking up, at the time, his 2nd win of the season. Gets ready with the 0-1 pitch to Tribber, and it's a foul ball. Count moves to 0-2. If the inning continues, Cooper White is who's on deck for the Royals. Nathan Malari stands at second after an RBI single earlier this inning. P.J. Safford looks in against Skylar Tribber. Comes set. Looks at the runner at second. Big lead off of second, but Safford delivers the 0-2 home. It misses wide. Count moves to 1-2. Mallory does have a pretty aggressive lead out there. Colin Takini was making his presence known out at second, tapping the leather. But again, they haven't thrown over there yet. He's got about a 6-step lead off of second, make it 7 as the 1-2 pitch comes home. It's fouled off by Skylar Tribber, and he stays alive, 1-2. Tribber on the season for North Jackson, batting .359, and he leads the team with 12 RBI on the season thus far. Pitch on the way from Safford. Here comes the 1-2. It is swung on and missed. Big strikeout to get out of the fifth for Safford, leaving a runner stranded. The Falcons do give up 3 in the inning off of 4 base hits. They commit a couple of errors, but they still lead 7-5 as we go to the bottom of the fifth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
It's the bottom of the fifth inning, and for the second time in a row, Colin Tacchini will lead things off for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they lead the North Jackson Royals 7-5. Looking for some more insurance after the Royals scored 3 runs in the top half of this inning. Falcons held on to the lead, but they're looking for more as Colin Tacchini takes strike 1 on the outside corner. So far today, Colin has walked twice. He came around to score on his trip around the bases in the 4th inning. He'll take strike 2 here, an off-speed pitch that was middle. Tacchini going to have to defend now in an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way from Colin Stockton. Delivers a fastball that skips to the plate. And the count is 1-2. After Tacchini in the order, it's P.J. Safford, followed by Carson Pimley. Here's the delivery from Stockton. It is looked at for a ball, missing low. Count is 2-2. We can give you the final line score for Tacchini on the mound as he pitched 4 2/3 innings, giving up 9 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, and he struck out 9. That pitch is called a strike 3 against Colin Tacchini. Fastball on the outside corner got him looking. He goes down to start the 5th inning. Here's P.J. Safford now. He took over to record the last out of the 5th inning. Started the game at 3rd. Now, of course, finding himself on the hill. But at the plate today, been productive. 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. First pitch to Safford. Looks at strike 1. Another off-speed pitch that winds up over the middle part of the zone. Count is 0-1 to P.J. Carson Pimley is on deck. Right-hander from Klamath Union High School will have to duck out of the way of the 0-1 pitch. 1-1. Safford's RBI in the 1st inning helped give the Falcons an early 1-0 lead. North Jackson reclaimed the lead in the top half of the 4th. The Falcons rallied in their 4th inning to score 6 runs. And North Jackson, as I said, scored 3 in the top half of this 5th inning to find us in a 7-5 ball game. That pitch bounces home to Safford, gets ahead in the count 3-1. Stockton has been out there through all of it, through all 7 runs, and he's about to throw his 76th pitch of the contest here in the bottom of the 5th. Safford sends a ground ball out to short. Nugent fields it near second base. The throw on to first, though, is in time. 6-3 in the book, and there's 2 gone in the 5th. Here's Carson Pimley, 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the 2nd, but had an RBI single in the 4th and scored in that inning. Pimley looking to get a 2-out rally started for the Falcons here in the bottom of the 5th. If he's able to get on base, it's Corbin Hamilton who waits next. The first pitch from Stockton is popped up behind home, and the count is 0-1 to Pimley. Pimley mostly starting this season in the outfield for the Falcons, but yesterday was able to get the start behind the plate. Something that I know he likes to do quite a bit, but doesn't always get the opportunity to with the all-conference, all-state catcher the Falcons usually employ. But Pimley able to get some work behind the dish yesterday and played well against the Salem Dodgers. Right now, though, in a 1-2 count against Colin Stockton with 2 gone here in the bottom of the 5th of the 7-5 ball game. Stockton shakes off the first offering from McFall. Now is agreeable on the 1-2, and the fastball misses high to Pimley. Count is even. Pimley starting in his 13th game for the Falcons this year. This is their 32nd contest. As Pimley waves and misses at strike 3, and that will do it here in the 5th. Falcons down in order. A couple of punch-outs for Stockton in the frame. But the Falcons still lead 7-5 as we go to the top of the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
It's the top of the 6th inning on 104.3 and on 960 Sports. Bottom third of the order due up for the North Jackson Royals against P.J. Safford. Down to the 2nd inning of his relief performance. Cooper White gets ready to lead things off. He's 0 for 2 today. A ground out in the 2nd, followed by a strikeout in the 4th. The delivery from Safford is taken for a strike. A fastball middle. Safford uses it to get ahead 0-1. After White, it's Colton Pierce and Colby Stockton. Pitch from Safford. That one misses away. The count is 1-1. Again, the first of 2 games tonight for the Falcons against North Jackson, trying to not only separate themselves from the Royals in the area standings as a fly ball winds up fair down the right field line. And a leadoff single for Cooper White will be how he gets started here in the 6th inning. Brings the tying run to the plate in the person of Colton Pierce. Gives us a quick moment to check the line score here for both teams while we have a moment. The Falcons have scored their 7 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 3 errors. The North Jackson Royals have scored their 5 runs with 10 base hits. They've committed 1 error. Showing bunt was Colton Pierce. He pulls back in time, though. The count is 1-0. Falcons now going to be forced to protect against the bunt. The new third baseman, Max Price, comes in on the grass. And Corbin Hamilton, who's holding the runner at first, will, of course, have to hustle in after that. Here's the pitch to Pierce. It misses outside. Count moves to 2-0 to Colton Pierce, who's 0 for 2 in the contest. He struck out in each the 3rd and 4th innings for North Jackson. Safford takes a look at the runner at first, White, before coming set and delivering home. The 1-1 is an attempted bunt that winds up foul. Pardon me, the count now 1-2 to Colton Pierce. After that bunt came up empty, and the 1-2 misses in the dirt. Count is now 2-2. After Pierce, Stockton, who's also 0 for 2, waits on deck. Safford comes together. delivers the pitch. It is swung on and missed. Down for the third time today. Pierce gets the hat trick and is the first out in the 6th inning. Brings up Colby Stockton. Stockton was also a strikeout casualty earlier in the game. He went down to open up the 5th inning. He also grounded out back in the 3rd. Colby Stockton is batting .444, although a much smaller sample size than the rest of his team. This is only the 4th game he's played in this summer, and he is 4 for his first 9 on the year. But again, today he's 0 for 2. Delivery from Safford is a firm fastball along the outside corner to get ahead 0-1. After Stockton in the order, go back to the top for Ryan McFall, the catcher for the Royals. He waits on deck. Safford set now, steps and delivers. Slider that caused Stockton to check his swing but didn't hold up in time. And the young Colby Stockton falls behind 0-2. An extra half step off of first for Cooper White. Safford notices it but delivers strike 3 on a fastball. Outside corner, down looking goes Colby Stockton. Back to the top now for Ryan McFall. McFall is 1 for 3 today. He's flown out a pair of times and he singled once. That came back in the 3rd inning. And after a leadoff single, Safford has struck out the next 2 guys, looking to keep the lead intact with the tying run at the plate. Here's the pitch to McFall. Sends a chopper out to short. Shively comes up with it. The throw on to first is dug out of the dirt by Hamilton, and they record the out to end the 6th inning. Falcons still lead 7-5 going to the bottom half of the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Bottom of the 6th inning, the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 7-5. Due up this half for the Falcons is Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Douglas. That's 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Klamath Falls squad. They look for a little bit more than a 2-run advantage, heading to the top of the 7th next. No lead is safe, as we've seen so far today and against this North Jackson team. They came back from trailing Crater last time out by 4 runs after the 1st inning. They eventually wound up losing that game 8-7, but had to battle back from quite the deficit and did it mostly in the late innings. So the Falcons looking to get off to a good start here in the bottom of the 6th, leading off with Corbin Hamilton. Now Hamilton laid down a sacrifice bunt his last time around to score a run, but wound up reaching on that sacrifice and then advancing into scoring position on an error, eventually coming in to score in the 4th inning. Here he takes ball 1 off the inside part of the plate to get ahead. Along with that sacrifice, Hamilton grounded out. That came back in the 2nd inning. The pitch from Stockton is a fly ball to right center field. The center fielder over in the gap. Tribber puts that one away for the out. Carson Sims ready to step in now for the Falcons. Sims is 1 for 1 today. He singled back in the 2nd inning, laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 4th. Was a productive bunt. The Falcons scored 6 of their 7 runs in that 4th inning. Here Sims takes strike 1, middle. Trying to get the rally started here for Klamath Falls with 1 gone in the 6th. That pitch misses off the inside, 1-1. When the Falcons played North Jackson back on July 3rd, Sims sent a foul ball off his front knee. He had to exit the game and didn't wind up playing the Nightcap in that game in Eagle Point. Here he puts a lot behind a deep fly ball to left field. That one is off the bottom of the wall, and it'll be extra bases for Sims. A rocket shot to left center field and a 1-out double for the Falcons center fielder. Moves into scoring position now, Ryan Douglas. A chance to drive that run in. Douglas 0 for 1 today, but he does have an RBI on a sacrifice fly that came in the aforementioned 4th inning. Aside from the RBI sacrifice fly out, Douglas also flew out to shortstop. That came back in the 2nd inning. Douglas moves up in the right-handed batter's box as he watches a slider drift outside. Count moves 1-0 in the favor of the Falcons left fielder, as Max Price, the leadoff hitter, is due up next for Klamath Falls. Douglas sends a ground ball to third, backhanded by the third baseman White. Looks Sims back to second before throwing on to first for the out. So 2 gone now, runner remains in scoring position, and here comes Max Price. Price is 1 for 3 in the contest today. He grounded out in the 1st and 3rd innings, but added a single in the 4th in which he came around to score. A base hit here would almost certainly score Sims, as he's got some good speed out there. This time, though, he swings and misses, does Price, 0-1. I was saying Sims fouled a ball off the front of his knee and was missing in the nightcap of a doubleheader against North Jackson, but didn't miss any time at all. He's the kind of guy who doesn't want to miss any time out there on the baseball field. And so, he's probably working through it a little bit on that knee, but hey, he legged out a double and put some good distance behind that extra base hit to keep him there at second base. Right now, though, the count is 0-2 to Max Price. He chokes up, widens out his feet, and waits the pitch, which is a 2-hopper over to third. White makes a strong throw and dug out by the first baseman Mallory. A nice play to end the inning. Despite the 1-out double, the Falcons come away still only leading by 2 as we go to the top of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, the retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Set for the top of the 7th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons looking to secure a Game 1 win in a doubleheader against the North Jackson Royals. P.J. Safford is going to have to go through 2, 3, and 4 in the order. That's Carson Robinson, Colin Stockton, and Braden Nugent. Safford looking to pick up what would be his 3rd save of the summer if he's able to record these 3 outs and protect this 2-run advantage for the Falcons. First pitch to Robinson. He checks his swing on a pitch that's called strike 1. About belt high in the outside corner. Here's the 0-1. It's a ground ball towards second. Takini has to charge. He comes up with it, but the throw on to first is in time. And there's 1 gone in the 7th inning. Here comes Colin Stockton. Stockton is 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored in the contest. He would be on line to be the losing pitcher for North Jackson if this Falcons lead holds. So he's extra motivated to try to get this rally started. Aside from the 2 singles in the 4th and 5th innings in which he scored both of his runs, he struck out back in the 1st. Safford gets across a First pitch slider for a strike, 0-1. Started on the inside corner, but just breaks back across the middle of the plate at the very end. And the count is 0-1. Pitch on the way is a fastball, misses upstairs and away, count even to Colin Stockton. Braden Nugent is on deck. Safford works quickly out there. He's ready to throw as Stockton steps out of the box. Now the 1-1, he goes slider again. This time a knee-high slider graces the middle of the zone again. Count moves to 1-2. Stockton awaits the 2-strike pitch. Safford agreeable with the sign from Tacchini. Delivers a fastball that gets fouled off. Count as a ball and 2 strikes. Jacoby again delivering the sign to PJ. He'll give the target. They've been working away from the righties, and this pitch no different, although it ends up in the dirt. Easy pitch to lay off in a 2-strike count for Colin Stockton. Evens the count at 2-2. Safford, here he comes. 2-2, bounced right back to him. Safford does a little spin before throwing it on to first. And there are now 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. Quick reactions out there for PJ as that one just one-hopped right back to him on the mound. But once he fielded it cleanly, it was an easy throw on to Hamilton at first, and it brings up Braden Nugent. Nugent is 1 for 3 today as he takes strike 1 down the middle. He lined out in his first at-bat, struck out in the 4th inning, but a 2 RBI single in the 5th. His only base hit thus far. He takes an inside breaking pitch, was low as well. Count is 1-1 to Nugent. Safford delivers, and here is a line drive into right center field. Could be extra bases. Nugent digging for 2. The throw into second is going to be over the head of Shively, and it will allow Nugent to wind up in scoring position. Double there for Nugent. Makes him 2 for 4 on the day, picking up double number 5 on the summer. And here's Nathan Mallory. He's looking to get the job done much like he did last time these two teams played. Was a late inning hero in the bottom of the 9th inning against the Falcons back on July 3rd. Here he's 3 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored today. He represents the tying run in the top of the 7th inning. Safford comes set. Big lead off of second for Braden Nugent. Safford kicks and delivers home. The pitch is going to miss away. Count is 1-0. If Mallory finds a way to continue the ball game, it's Skylar Tribber who waits on deck for North Jackson. First, we're going to have a meeting on the mound from Coach Craig Connor. And even in a high-leverage spot, gives us an opportunity to recognize some of our broadcast sponsors like the Pacific Power Foundation, who last year donated over $70,000 to organizations like the Ross Ragland Theater, the Oregon Tech Foundation, and the Klamath County School District. Big thanks to Pacific Power for coming on board, supporting this year of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. Also want to recognize some of the Falcons sponsors today, like Case Plumbing and Hall Motors, Henris Roofing, McClung Construction, Quality Electric, Western Poly Pipe, along with Ed Staub & Sons and Fast Break of Oregon. So many sponsors have come aboard this year to support not necessarily our broadcast, but all of the Falcons and their trips to Alaska and across the state of Oregon this year. Big thanks to everyone who's come aboard for the 2025 summer campaign. It's a 1-0 count to Nathan Mallory as Safford kicks and fires. He gets across strike 1, a fastball knee-high. Might have been a slider. A little bit of a wrinkle there at the end as I think about it, but regardless, it files in as strike 1. Safford evens the count as Mallory awaits the pitch. Safford triple takes the runner at second, continuing to stare at him before delivering home. Gets another slider. That one misses low. It's over the plate, but just below the knees. The count moves to 2 balls and a strike. Nugent with an aggressive lead off of second, and no Falcons really keeping him there. Has about a 9-step lead off the bag by the time Safford delivers the pitch. Takes another half step as PJ checks on him, but the pitch home is going to miss outside. 3-1. First base is open. Like I said, Skylar Tribber is on deck. There's 2 outs in the top of the 7th, and the tying run is at the plate for the North Jackson Royals. Safford set with the 3-1. No one's holding the runner as Safford looks at him. The pitch home is a line drive. It is over the head of Shively down into center field. That's going to score Nugent. And an RBI single for Nathan Mallory. He does it again. He's 4 for 4 today, now with 2 RBI. And he is now the tying run on base. The score is 7-6. Royals trail the Falcons. Here's Skylar Tribber. Tribber is 1 for 3 today. He struck out a pair of times, but in the 4th inning came away with an RBI double. In that inning, North Jackson scored 2 runs. Runner at first, Mallory. About 5 steps off the bag. Here's the first pitch home. It misses low. 1-0 to Skylar Tribber. Bats .359 this season for North Jackson, and he has the team lead in runs batted in with 12 on the season. Safford delivers the 1-0. That one misses upstairs, 2-0. If the inning continues, it's Cooper White who's on deck for the North Jackson Royals. Safford comes set once more, ready for the 2-2. That one's hit in the air, center field. Playable for Sims, and he makes the catch to end the ball game. The Falcons skate away with a 1-run victory against the North Jackson Royals, 7-6. We'll be back to break this one down for you and get ready for your nightcap tonight from Kiger Stadium after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
The Klamath Falls Falcons come away with a 7-6 win in our opener against the North Jackson Royals. For the Falcons, they score their 7 runs on 8 hits, and they commit 3 errors, leaving 3 runners on base. For North Jackson, they score their 6 runs on 12 hits. They commit 1 error and left 6 runners on base. The winning pitcher today is Colin Tacchini. Pitched the opening 4 2/3 innings for the Falcons, giving up 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, and he struck out 9. The losing pitcher today is the starter for North Jackson, Colin Stockton, who pitched a complete 6 innings, giving up 8 hits, 7 runs. 4 of those were earned. He walked 2 and struck out 2. P.J. Safford picking up his 3rd save of the season, pitching the final 2 1/3 innings, giving up 3 hits and a run while striking out 3 batters. Pacific Power play of the game today. Oh, many to choose from. Let's think about this. I'm going to go with the 2 RBI double from Jacoby Tacchini. that wound up ending the bottom of the fourth inning, but it capped off a 6-run fourth inning that would eventually be all the offense the Falcons needed to hang on for a 1-run victory. They also got contributions from Max Price, who finished 1 for 4 with a run scored. Connor Shively was 1 for 3 with a run scored. Jacoby Dakini finished 2 for 3 with 2 RBI. PJ Safford was 2 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. Carson Sims was 2 for 2. And Ryan Douglas was 0 for 2, but had an RBI on a sacrifice fly. Couple of notables for North Jackson. A 2 for 4 day for Colin Stockton, scored a couple of runs. Braden Nugent was 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored and 2 RBI, but the standout player for them was Nathan Mallory, who finished 4 for 4 with a run scored and 2 RBI. But Falcons hanging on for a victory with this win. They improved to 25-6-1 on the summer and 12-2 in league play. North Jackson falling to 8-7 overall and in league play this season. Big nightcap coming up here from Kiger Stadium, starting in about 25 or so minutes. So what we'll do is what we'll usually do. If you're listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we'll turn you over to Fox Sports Radio for that time. For those of you watching on mybasin.com, stick around. We're going to be live on this very same link in about 25 minutes. The nightcap between the Falcons and the North Jackson Royals lays ahead. Hope that you join us for it. My name is Josh Eldridge. Hoping to see you soon right here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. And welcome back, or welcome to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com, nearing the start of our nightcap tonight between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the visiting North Jackson Royals. The Falcons entering with a 25-6-1 overall record. They are 12-2 in area play, looking for a sweep of the North Jackson Royals, who enter 8-7, both overall and in league play. The Falcons clung on to a one-run victory in the opener, 7-6. They're looking to send the large crowd home here at Kiger Stadium happy as we get ready for first pitch in the second leg of a doubleheader. Just a couple of minutes away. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineup for both teams and be ready for first pitch right here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Just a couple of minutes away from first pitch in the nightcap between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. Corbin Hamilton is on the mound to start this one for the Falcons. He'll go up against a North Jackson lineup that goes like this. The catcher leads off, Ryan McFall, followed by the pitcher, Carson Robinson. The right fielder, Colin Stockton, bats third, followed by Braden Nugent, the shortstop, hitting cleanup. Nathan Mallory is in left field. He bats fifth for the Royals, followed by Skylar Tribber, the center fielder, batting sixth. Hitting seventh is Cooper White at third base. Colby Stockton is at second base, batting eighth. And rounding out the order for the Royals is Anthony Rodriguez, batting ninth. Thank you for joining us tonight on MyBasin.com or on 104.3 and 960 Sports as we are ready for first pitch out of the right hand of Corbin Hamilton. It will miss upstairs. The count is 1-0. First pitch, 7:46, 85 degrees, and the sun is setting here at Kiger Stadium. The count is 1-0 to Ryan McFall. The delivery there is a strike on the outside corner, evens things up at 1. Corbin Hamilton making his fifth start of the summer, his 10th overall appearance, carries a 5-1 record. Through 25 innings pitched, has given up 15 hits, allowed 1 earned run. He's walked 13 and struck out a team-leading 33 batters. All for an ERA of .28. A 2-2 count right now to Ryan McFall. By the way, that .28 ERA leads the team. No question about that. Hamilton has been indomitable this year on the hill. Falcons going to try to ride his right arm to a season series victory over the North Jackson Royals and a sweep today at home in a doubleheader. Of course, the Falcons won our opener today 7-6. 3-2 pitch on the way to Ryan McFall is bounced out towards short. Shively plays it on a couple hops and makes the throw to first in time. One gone in the first inning. So McFall down to start the ball game, and it brings up Carson Robinson. North Jackson today in their powder blue tops with dark blue pinstripes going down. White pants today with Jackson written across the chest of their jerseys in white cursive text. Falcons tonight in their red uniforms with Falcons written across their chest cursive in blue with a white outline, blue numbers across their back, and white pants tonight for the Falcons. As Corbin Hamilton got strike one looking, goes outside with the fastball in the 0-1 count, but Robinson looks at it for ball one. And now the 6'3 right-hander delivers the 1-1 pitch. It's fouled off. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes to Carson Robinson. He's the starting pitcher for North Jackson today. In Game 1, he started in left field and finished 1 for 4 with a single and a run scored. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Hamilton. Just getting a piece of it there was Robinson. Count remains 1-2. Jacoby Tacchini, the other half of the battery for the Falcons. P.J. Safford at third. Connor Shively at short. Colin Tacchini at second with Ian Meyer at first. The outfield after this 1-2 pitch, it misses high and tight. Count is even. In the outfield from left to right for the Falcons, it's Ryan Glidden, Max Price, and Carson Sims. Here's Hamilton with the 2-2. That's a sharp grounder to third. Safford plays it. Makes a strong throw across the diamond. It's there. And there's 2 away in the first inning. Brings up Colin Stockton. Stockton wound up as the losing pitcher in the opener between these two teams earlier today. He pitched a complete game, but in 6 innings, he gave up 8 hits and 7 runs and struck out 2 and walked 2 in that performance, again earning the loss for his troubles. The first pitch to him misses low and away. Count is 1-0. Now, at the plate, Colin Stockton was productive, going 2 for 4 with a couple of runs scored off singles in the middle innings. The 1-0 home misses high. The count is 2-0 to Colin Stockton. Braden Nugent waits on deck for the North Jackson Royals. Hamilton working out of the windup will get the sign from Tacchini. Has a long stretch, those tall legs, packs the velocity in and a fastball that gets across the outside corner. Count is 2 balls and a strike to Colin Stockton. Class of 2027 for the Eagle Point Eagles as Corbin Hamilton rears back for the 2-1. Misses upstairs with the fastball on that offering, and the count moves to 3-1. Mentioned that Corbin Hamilton has 1 earned run scored on him this season. It is against the North Jackson Royals. The 3-1 is going to miss upstairs and a walk delivered to Colin Stockton. Take you back to July 3rd, a game in which North Jackson defeated the Klamath Falls Falcons 2-1 in extra innings. It was Corbin Hamilton who was the losing pitcher in that game, pitching an inning and a third, giving up a run and walking 2 and striking out 1. It was in the bottom of the 9th in which Corbin Hamilton allowed that 1 run to cross, and it was the final one that North Jackson needed to come away victorious and send the Falcons home with a bitter taste in their mouth. They were able to straighten out the ship right away. Since then, have won their last 5 contests, actually 6, including the one that they won earlier tonight against the Royals, as the 1-0 pitch finds the zone. 1-1 to Braden Nugent. Corbin Hamilton said with the 1-1, modestly off a first for Stockton as Hamilton delivers home. That pitch misses in the dirt. Tacchini does a good job of knocking it down behind the dish, and the count moves to 2 balls and a strike. So Hamilton, safe to say, looking for a bit of revenge today against the North Jackson Royals. All these Falcons are is hope to continue a winning streak heading into a day off tomorrow. As that pitch misses below the knees, count is 3-1. Tomorrow, a day off for the Falcons, but they are back in action on Sunday for a 4:30 single game against the Phoenix Ball Club. And they'll be back on Monday for a single game against Roseburg Dr. Randall's Crowns. As the 3-1 just finds the upper outside corner of the zone, and the count is full. 3-2, 2 outs, top of the first inning, and a runner at first as Corbin Hamilton will step off before the full count pitch. Monday is the last day to see the Falcons at home in that single game against Roseburg, so make plans to come on out and join us here at Kiger Stadium. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Hamilton. It is a chopper to the left side of the infield. Safford comes in, gloves it, throw on to first, and a good stretch by Meyer records the out and retires the side. One walk in the inning leaves a base runner stranded for the Royals, but we'll go to the bottom of the first scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
It's the bottom of the first inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons will have their first look at Carson Robinson, the starter tonight for the North Jackson Royals. Before we take a look at him, let's introduce you to the full starting lineup tonight for the Klamath Falls Falcons, who lead off with the center fielder Max Price. Connor Shively bats second at shortstop. The catcher Jacoby Takini hitting third. Colin Takini, the second baseman, batting cleanup, followed by P.J. Safford, the third baseman, batting fifth. Ian Meyer, the first baseman, batting sixth, followed by the pitcher Corbin Hamilton. He hits seventh. Batting eighth is Carson Sims in right field, and rounding out the order, hitting ninth, is Ryan Glidden. All right, so let's take a look at Carson Robinson getting his third start of the summer for North Jackson. It's his fifth overall appearance. In 10 1/3 innings pitched, he has an 0-2 record, giving up 12 hits, 10 runs, 8 earned. He's walked 7 and struck out 1 for an ERA of 5.42. And he's ready to fire away the first pitch to Max Price. Price showing bunt to lead off the ball game. He pushes it foul down the third base line. Count will move to 0-1, but trying to sneak a bunt in there. The bunt worked well for the Falcons, used it as a legitimate offensive weapon to get guys on base in the opener. Take you back to the fourth inning of our first game today, an inning in which the Falcons scored 6 of their 7 runs and laid down 3 bunts in a row in that frame to help get guys not only over, but get them on in the first place. As Price swings and misses at the 0-1 pitch. Price in the first ball game finished 1 for 4. He singled and scored in that big fourth inning, otherwise grounded out 3 times. 0-2 this time to Price is fouled back. Stays alive in the at-bat. Does the Falcons center fielder. Played all in the infield in the first game today. Started at second base, moved over to third base. But as a utility guy, you could pretty much slot him in anywhere. And today, as I said, getting the start in center. As the 0-2 pitch misses high and away to Max. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Max will be a junior next year for the Henley Hornets. The 1-2 pitch is popped up to the right side in foul territory. Just running out of room over there is the first baseman, Rodriguez. Finding a fan down there by the patio section. Like I said, we've had quite a few fans in attendance here tonight at Kiger Stadium. Near record attendance, which is what we were shooting for tonight. Big doubleheader on the way. Falcons were able to please the home crowd in the opener and hoping to do more of the same in the nightcap this evening. It's the 1-2 pitch just missed outside. The count is 2-2. That pitch is going to ring up. Max Price goes down looking at the inside breaking ball for the first out in the bottom of the first inning. So here comes Connor Shively. Stepping in now for the Falcons. Shively will be a senior next year for the Henley Hornets. In the opener today, Shively was 1 for 3. Flew out a pair of times, but he singled and scored in the 4th inning. He takes a pitch outside there. Count is 1-0. Shively second on the team in batting average, hitting .421 coming into the games today. Here he hits one the opposite way, left side. It is going to get down in foul territory. And so Shively, who was already rounding first by the time the ball dropped into foul territory, has to head all the way back home. Sun is starting to shade a little bit more of the left field portion of the field, which means that guys aren't going to have to fight the sun as much. So that'll be a positive for those guys out there. But in center field, Tribber right now holding his glove over his left side, trying to shade from the sun. He still has to contend with it probably for another half hour at least. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Shively is a line drive to left field, drops down in front of Mallory, and a one-out single for Connor Shively puts a man on for Jacoby Takini. Takini in the first game today was 2 for 3, had 2 doubles in the contest, and in the 4th inning knocked in 2 runs on his extra base hit. Otherwise, he popped out to second base in the 3rd inning. Shively aboard at first, not too much of a lead. The first pitch to Takini is hit behind home plate, foul. Count is 0-1 to Jacoby. After him in the order is the second baseman, Colin Takini. Jacoby, the right-handed hitter, after wrapping up his freshman season with Henley last year, has a lot of room to grow as a player, but has been already so talented this year. He takes a pitch in the dirt. Shively on the move, hesitated on his way down to second, but is bailed out by an imperfect throw from behind home plate. Don't think it'll go into the book as an error, but regardless, Shively is a wild pitch, you said? So there you go, Shively advancing on the wild pitch instead. It's kind of a delayed reaction for Shively to try to take second there. Again, bailed out by the throw, but now in scoring position in a 1-1 count to Takini. That pitch misses outside. Count is now 2-1. Jacoby so far this season batting .316. Mostly been hitting singles this year, but has 24 RBI as the 2-1 pitch is dropped in for a strike, and the count evens up at 2 apiece. Carson Robinson, be a senior next year at Eagle Point, offers up a middle curveball that Takini takes advantage of and sends into center field. Shively aggressively rounding third and headed for home. He will score. And an RBI single for Jacoby Takini gets the Falcons on the board in the bottom of the 1st inning. They lead 1-0. Back-to-back one-out base hits for the Falcons, and they're on the board. Chase Barrett comes out to run for Jacoby, as has been customary. I want to highlight a guy like Barrett. I try to do my best to every time he comes out, but a guy who just understands his role out there. He's appeared in now 30 of the 34 games for the Falcons, and most of them have been in that role of a courtesy runner. As the pitch misses low and away to Colin Takini. Guy who only has 5 base hits is the 3rd most runs scored on the team because he just gets on base when Jacoby Takini finds himself after a base hit or a walker just aboard in one way or another. The 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. Barrett takes off, trying to advance to second, but another situation where the runner hesitates. Barrett that time gunned down and is going to be the second casualty in the 1st inning. Base is empty, and a 1-0 count to Colin Takini. All right. Umpires returning to position, and we are ready to go. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Colin will miss low and away, and the count is now 3-0. P.J. Safford waits on deck for the Falcons. He would be the 5th hitter this inning. Already 1 run home, and the Falcons lead by as much in the bottom of the 1st. The 3-0 swung on and missed, 3-1 to Colin. That's .341 this season for the Falcons. And gets on base about 43% of the time. Here he sends a line drive the opposite way into the right center field gap. Takini looking to get aggressive, stretching it into a double. The throw is gonna get him. Trying to take that single into a double, and Takini is caught, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do get one run on 3 base hits. No runners left stranded. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
It is the top of the second inning here live from Kiger Stadium on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you for joining us tonight and spending your Friday evening with us here on the broadcast as the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals 1-0. Due up this half for the team from North Jackson County is Nathan Mallory, Skylar Tribber, and Cooper White. Corbin Hamilton still getting to work out there. Got out of the first inning without allowing a base hit. He did surrender a walk. But they're looking for a good outing out of the young man from Henley High School out there. He'll have to get through 5, 6, and 7 this half inning. And maybe the most dangerous hitter against Klamath Falls this season has been the man who's leading off this inning. That's Nathan Mallory. After being the walk-off hero on July 3rd for his team, he wound up in the opener 4 for 4 today, and he sends another sharp ground ball over to short. Shively backhands it, but the throw has no chance. And then the ball skipped away from Meyer. He thought about extending it into running to second there off the tough throw, but regardless, it'll just be another single there for Nathan Mallory. He is seeing the ball extremely well today against the Falcons. 1 for 1 today. In this game, 5 for 5 now on the day. And it brings up Skylar Tribber with the runner on first. Tribber getting the nod in center field in this contest, much like he did in the opener. He was 1 for 4 in the first game today. He shows bunt and pulls back in time to look at ball 1. In the first game today, he struck out a pair of times and flew out once, but an RBI double in the fourth inning helped at the time give his team the lead. Of course, the Falcons would then come back and win that game 7-6, pushes a bunt down the first base side, and Ian Meyer applies the tag on the runner running down at first. And advancing to second on the play was Nathan Mallory. Here's Cooper White. As a quick conference between Jacoby and the pitcher Hamilton is over nearly before it starts. 1 gone and a runner in scoring position for the third baseman from North Jackson County. Cooper White in the first game today was 1 for 3. Grounded out and struck out in his first 2 tries, but singled in the 6th inning. Batting from the right side against Corbin Hamilton. And the first pitch is on its way. It's a firm fastball knee-high across the middle of the plate for strike 1. Good job to get ahead for Hamilton. He'll zip that fastball by you. He'll mix in a slider and a changeup, and if he's out there long enough, you'll start to see him loop in a curveball as well. He typically saves that one for later on in the ball game. That time goes fastball again to Cooper White, produces another swing and a miss. Count moves to 0-2. Colby Stockton is on deck for the North Jackson Royals. Hamilton sent after receiving the sign from Jacoby behind the dish. High leg kick and fires in another fastball, though this one misses below the knees over the heart of the plate. Wisely laying off, it is Cooper White to stay alive in this at-bat. Count as a ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second is Mallory, 1 away. 1-0 our score, and the Falcons lead in the top of the second inning. This is a line drive that gets down into right field. They're waving in Mallory. The throw in from right field relayed by Meyer, and the runner is safe at home. Mallory, without a slide, is able to sprint past the tag that Takini tried to apply, and we are tied after the RBI single from Cooper White, knotting us up at 1 apiece. White remained at first on the throw-in from the outfield, and it brings up Colby Stockton. Stockton getting the start at second base today for North Jackson. Stockton hitting 8th in this game, batted 9th in the opener today, and finished 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts on the ledger for him. Corners coming in to protect the bunt against the speedy young Stockton. As Hamilton gets ready to deliver the pitch. No bunt is on. The runner is on the move, though. The throw down to second. Tag applied. They got him. Good tag there by Takini. Had to field it on the other side of second base, but whipped around the leather to slap the tag on White. 2 gone now in the second inning, and the bases are empty for Colby Stockton. That pitch was called a strike against Stockton as well, so the count is 0-1 with Anthony Rodriguez waiting on deck. Hamilton now able to work out of the windup as he steps, kicks, and fires, and finds the zone on the outside fastball. Count moves to 0-2 against Colby Stockton. Takini gives the target. Looking for that high fastball. The 0-2 just misses. Must have been high. It was over the plate, certainly, and the count is 1-2. Here comes Hamilton, trying to set down the side. The 1-2 swung on and missed, elevates the fastball, and this time Stockton chases. That will retire the side, but not before North Jackson ties us up, scoring a run on 2 hits. No runners left stranded in a tie ball game to the bottom of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Set for the bottom of the second inning, and the Falcons will look to respond. After allowing the game to be tied in the top half of this inning, we lead off with P.J. Safford, Ian Meyer, and Corbin Hamilton in a 1-1 ball game between the Falcons and the North Jackson Royals. P.J. Safford waiting the first offering from Carson Robinson. It's an off-speed pitch that drops in the zone for strike 1. P.J. Safford in the opener today at the plate finished 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. There he takes a pitch outside. Count moves to 1-1. Safford also picking up his 3rd save of the season on the mound, pitching the final 2 2/3 innings to secure the save. 1-1 pitch on the way from Robinson. Safford will look at one that drifts away, maybe a touch low as well. Count is 2 balls and a strike to PJ. On deck is Ian Meyer. Safford digs into the right-handed batter's box. Now here comes the 2-1. Hits it the opposite way by the first baseman into right field. An opposite field base hit for P.J. Safford is how we lead off the bottom of the second inning. Safford's been seeing the ball well as of late, especially hitting it well to the opposite field. Did it a couple of times, like I said, in the opener today, and adding another one here in the bottom of the second inning of the nightcap. Here comes Ian Meyer with a runner aboard at first and nobody out. Meyer did not get an at-bat in the opener, and here he lays down a bunt down the first base side, a perfectly placed bunt. And Meyer in with an infield base hit. Couldn't place a bunt any better than that. Pushed it right down the right side of the infield and wound up about where you'd imagine a second baseman to play pre-pitch, and no one was home to field the bunt. And Ian Meyer aboard at first, moving P.J. Safford to second, and it brings up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton, the starting pitcher for the Falcons, looking to help out his own cause in a big way with 2 men on base. Nobody out. Safford, not terribly aggressive lead off a second. Hamilton looking to bunt as well, but he pulls back in time and watches that one miss inside to get ahead 1-0. In the opener today, Corbin was 0 for 2, but he did have a sacrifice, earning an RBI in the 4th inning. Otherwise, he grounded out and flew out in the 2nd and 6th innings. Hamilton lays down a bunt to the pitcher. The pitcher checks on third before deciding to throw on to first. They get Hamilton, but both runners advance. Safford to third and Meyer to second. Corbin doing his job there. Now 1 away for Carson Sims. Falcons have relied on that small ball quite a bit today. Must have seen something last time they played North Jackson, as it has been working for him here. The infield comes in as Carson Sims steps up to the plate. Sims in the opener today was 2 for 2. He had a single and a double in the 2nd and 6th innings. He also laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 4th inning, in which I've said now the Falcons used the bunt a bunch of times in that 4th inning to score 6 runs. I believe they bunted 3 times in that frame. They've already bunted twice here in this one as 2 men are in scoring position for Sims. Fly ball to right field. Over is Stockton. He makes the catch. Tagging from third is P.J. Safford. The throw in got Safford. He is out at the plate. And a double play will leave 1 runner in scoring position. Ian Meyer at second. And it brings up Ryan Glidden. And I suppose that will end the inning. We'll see Ryan Glidden when we come back. It's a 1-1 ball game going to the 3rd next on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Set now for the top of the 3rd inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. It is a 1-1 ball game here in the 3rd, and it'll be 9-1-2 for North Jackson. Due up this half inning, Anthony Rodriguez, Ryan McFall, and Carson Robinson against Corbin Hamilton out there on the hill. The Falcons had an opportunity to try to break our tie in the last half inning, but a double play on a tag up from third to home wound up halting the Falcons' rally in that frame. Now it's up to Hamilton to try to keep things tied. Here's the first pitch to Anthony Rodriguez. First pitch swing and a miss, and Hamilton gets ahead 0-1. Rodriguez did not get an at-bat in the opener today, but looking at his numbers on the season, he is 0 for his first 2. Not a huge sample size for him to start the summer as he takes ball 1 to even the count. Pitch on the way from Corbin. That one is tipped foul behind home plate. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Rodriguez will be a senior next year at Eagle Point High School. The 1-2 is looked at in the dirt. Count is even again at 2. A lot of this Eagle Point team made up of mostly elevating seniors, a couple of guys who are a little bit younger. Their youngest player being Colby Stockton, who just wrapped up his 8th grade season. Will be a freshman next year. And no guys in the lineup today who are graduated high school seniors, unlike the Falcons, who have Ryan Glidden. The 3-2 pitch is a fastball on the outside corner. Rodriguez down looking for the first out in the top of the 3rd inning. Back-to-back strikeouts dating back to the 2nd inning for Corbin. And it brings up Ryan McFall. McFall 0 for 1 in this ball game. He grounded out in the 1st inning. He takes ball 1 high. The count is 1-0. McFall in the opener did have a base hit, though. Finished 1 for 4. The 1-0 pitch is called a strike against him. 1-1. On the season, McFall is batting .364. 13 of his 16 hits have been singles. Here he sends a sharp grounder foul down the third base side. Count moves to 1-2. McFall does lead the team in one category. That is runs scored, now tied for the team lead in stolen bases as well. So he's effective on the base paths. It's key to keep him off. Here a chopper over to third. Safford comes up with it, bobbles it for a minute, but a strong throw gets the speedy McFall racing down the line, but cut down for the 2nd out in the 3rd inning. Here's Carson Robinson, the starting pitcher for North Jackson, trying to get a little bit of a 2-out rally started for his squad. But so far in this ball game, he is 0 for 1. He grounded out back in the 1st inning. Hamilton ready to throw on the hill against Robinson, who bats .386. He's the team's 3rd leading hitter on the summer. He watches ball 1 sail high. Count is 1-0. Robinson has 4 doubles on the season, puts him tied for 3rd place in the team lead in that statistical category. But so far has just been a steady bat at the plate towards the top of the order here, batting 2nd. Here's the 1-1. That one nearly came in and hit him. Count moves to 2 balls and a strike. After Robinson in the North Jackson order, it's Colin Stockton. 2-1. Is swung on and missed. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning in a 1-1 ball game. Hamilton trying to set these guys down in order as he fires away the 2-2 pitch. It misses outside, and the count runs full now, 3-2. Hamilton back on the rubber. Here's the pitch. That one is hit in the air to right field. Sims, moving into foul territory, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. The Royals down in order in the 3rd, and we remain tied going to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. A couple of changes around the diamond for North Jackson as we get set for the bottom of the third in a 1-1 ball game. Looks as though Colton Pierce has entered the game for North Jackson. He slots into right field. Former right fielder Colin Stockton moves over to left. And former left fielder Nathan Mallory finds himself at first. The player exiting the ball game is the former first baseman Anthony Rodriguez. So with all that squared away, here's the first at-bat of the ball game for Ryan Glidden as the pitch to him misses well outside, and the count is 1-0. Glidden didn't get an opportunity to hit in the opener tonight, but on the season, Glidden bats .243. Here's the 1-0 to Glidden, shoves a bunt back to the pitcher's mound. Robinson makes the throw to first. It's over the head of Mallory down the first base side, and it will be Ryan Glidden who reaches on the error. Max Price now batting with a runner aboard at first. That's the first error committed by either team, and it comes here in the bottom of the third inning. So Max Price, who struck out his first time around. See if they continue to play small ball here. Yeah, Price showing bunt, pulls back bunt that time, but it misses in the dirt, 1-0. Falcons are content with trying to make North Jackson's infield make a play, and so far it's worked in the favor of the Falcons. I can recall a game, near a decade ago now, as Price shoves a bunt down the first base side. It hits the cut of the grass. It's going to roll fair, but just getting there in time is Robinson. That one almost kicked back off the cut of the grass. But the count is 1-1. I think back to the 2016 Oregon Legion State Championship game at the AAA level. It was between the Medford Mustangs and the Grants Pass Nuggets at the time, and the state championship game, a tightly contested game. At the time, Medford was in the midst of what would wind up being 7 consecutive state championships. I can't recall which number this would have been. The 1-1 pitch misses low to Max Price, low and away, 2-1. And in a game that was so tightly contested, Medford just decided to start playing small in the last inning. And they scored a ton of runs against Grants Pass and wound up winning that state championship game, all because they had the bunt going. It works, and when it continues to work, you don't go away from it. The 2-1 misses in the dirt. Count moves to 3-1 against Max Price, with Connor Shively waiting on deck. Now Robinson, maybe a little bit rattled out there after committing the error on the previous play, and now falls behind 3-1. Here's the pitch from Robinson. This is a fly ball to center field. Tribber in a few steps before settling underneath it to make the out. And there's one gone in the third inning. Brings up Connor Shively, who is 1 for 1 in this ball game. Shively singled and scored back in the fourth inning. Bats here with a runner on. It's Ryan Glidden. And before we get there, the home plate umpire going to go ahead and dust off home plate. As he does, want to remind you that tonight's broadcast is brought to you in part by the Pacific Power Foundation, who in 2024 donated over $70,000 to local organizations in the Klamath Basin like the Klamath Falls City School District, Lost River FFA, and the UC Davis Foundation in Northern California. Big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation for stepping up for this year Falcons baseball. First pitch called a strike to Shively. He falls behind 0-1 on the outside fastball. Now settles back in and awaits the pitch out of the right hand of Carson Robinson. That time it bounces to the plate. Glidden had an aggressive secondary lead and had to scamper on back to first after the catcher McFall fielded that pitch out of the dirt nicely. And so with the count at 1-1, Shively settles back in. That's .421 on the summer for the Falcons. Here's the pitch. That is bounced back up the middle. The shortstop, Nugent, will take it himself. Step on the second base bag for one, and they get Shively on the back end. A 6-3 double play will end the inning. We go to the top of the fourth, tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. 3, 4, and 5 due up this half inning for the North Jackson Royals. Let's go ahead and check on the line score for each of these teams through the first 3 innings, tied up at 1. For North Jackson, they've scored their 1 run on 2 base hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 1 runner on base. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, 1 run for them comes on 5 hits. They have committed no errors, and they have also left a single runner on base through the first 3 innings. Corbin Hamilton getting ready to deal against Colin Stockton. Started the game in right field, now patrols left for the Royals. And in the ball game today, he is without an official at-bat. He walked back in the first inning and was left stranded. North Jackson scored their only run in the top of the second. The Falcons scored theirs in the bottom of the first, as Hamilton starts out the at-bat with Stockton with a high fastball that misses the zone, and he falls behind 1-0. Here comes Hamilton with the 1-0 pitch. It is going to miss just off the outside part of the plate. Count moves to 2-0. After Stockton, it's Braden Nugent in the order for the North Jackson Royals. Stockton steps out, now settles back in. The 2-0 will miss high. 3-0 out of the hand of Corbin Hamilton. Like I said, Stockton walked already once today. It's only the second time he's earned a walk this season. Now awaiting the 3-0. Looks at strike 1, a firm fastball right below the belt on the outside corner. Hamilton going to try to go with the hard stuff to battle back into this at-bat. Thing about Corbin is he's got confidence in all of his pitches. Even in a 3-1 count, you still don't quite know what he's going to throw. That time goes with the fastball, and Stockton got a piece of it, sending it well foul to the parking lot. And after falling behind 3-0, Corbin Hamilton battles back out there on the mound to run the count full. 3-2 against Colin Stockton. Stockton, the batter, with the bat resting on his shoulders, awaits the 3-2 and sends it foul again. Same location of the parking lot, scorching towards the Klamath County Fairgrounds. Klamath County Fair starting on July 31st this year. Running Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as it always does. Here's the full count pitch again to Stockton. This one's hit in the air to left center field. Over is the left fielder Glidden to make the catch in the gap. And that's the first out in the 4th inning. And now it's Braden Nugent. Nugent 0 for 1 today. Speaking of the Klamath County Fair, tickets on sale now for their concerts. We're part of those concert presentations as Basin Media Active and our group of radio stations. So be sure to check it out online, klamathcofair.com. Any one of the 3 concerts coming up that weekend of the fair. Again, it kicks off July 31st. This pitch misses wide. First offering to Braden Nugent. Count is 0-1 for the shortstop, who is 0 for 1 today. Hamilton finds the zone on that one, evens the count. Nugent grounded out back in the first inning. He actually wound up ending that first inning. On the season, Nugent bats .429. Looks at a slider that's called strike 2. Nice location on the outside for Hamilton. Stays working away from those right-handed hitters. Corbin steps, kicks, delivers the 1-2. Misses high and tight with the fastball. But in a 1-2 count, that high fastball in could be used to set up something outside to the right-handed hitter, trying to change the eye level. Here comes Hamilton with the 2-2. Hit hard in the air left field. Glidden moving towards the foul line, makes the catch for the second out in the fourth inning. Back-to-back tries for Glidden, successful on both of them. 2 gone now for Nathan Mallory. Said it once, I'll say it again, having an outstanding day against the Falcons pitching staff. Was 4 for 4 in the opener, already 1 for 1 in this game, and has supplanted Braden Nugent as the team's leading hitter now, batting .432 on the season as he takes strike one, a fastball knee-high outside. He falls behind. Mallory leads the team in singles. All 16 of his base hits this year have been singles. The 0-1 on the way to Mallory is swung on and missed, falls behind 0-2. As Hamilton has gone fastball back-to-back pitches to get ahead of the first baseman for the Royals. Can go just about anywhere now on the 0-2. Here it comes. Takini sets up outside. Slider misses away. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. That pitch was well outside and in the dirt. See where Hamilton goes here on the 1-2. Agrees with the sign from Takini. Well, looks like Takini having trouble getting the sign in from the dugout. I thought I saw Corbin nod his head yes, but instead we call time. Takini now getting the sign from the dugout, and we're ready for the 1-2 pitch to Nathan Mallory. Here it comes from Hamilton. Fastball hit the opposite way into right field and a base hit. Mallory does it again. 6 for 6 on the day. Good piece of 2-strike hitting taken it the opposite way, and it extends the fourth inning, bringing up Skylar Tribber. Tribber 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the second inning. But after Mallory was able to get aboard, looking to break our tie in this fourth inning, again knotted up at 1 in the nightcap of a doubleheader between the Falcons and the Royals. Hamilton delivers the first pitch. Fastball misses low. Count moves to 1-0. Hamilton's done a good job of keeping the ball down today. But a couple of flyouts in this inning, and the single put us with 2 outs and a runner on. Blows the fastball by Tribber on the 1-0 pitch, evens it at 1. Tribber on the season, batting .349. Leads the team in doubles with 7 of those this season. He's also got a triple and 13 RBI, leading the squad in that category. The 1-1 to Tribber drifts away, 2-1. On deck after Tribber is Cooper White, and Jacoby Takini goes out and has a chat with Corbin Hamilton. Gives us an opportunity to remind you tonight's broadcast is brought to you in part by Abby's Legendary Pizza. If you're looking for a great place to eat, head to one of Abby's Legendary Pizza locations for some of the best pizza in the basin at 1919 Austin Street or 2226 Shalleck Street near OIT. Abby's Legendary Pizza, not only a proud supporter of high school sports, but also our broadcast of the Klamath Falls Falcons here on mybasin.com. All right, 2 balls and a strike. The count to Skylar Tribber. Runner aboard at first is Nathan Mallory. 2 gone in the top of the fourth inning of a 1-1 ball game. The 2-1 pitch graces the outside corner. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Tribber. Again, grounded out in the second. The right-handed hitter chokes up a bit on the bat, widens out the stance. So he gets ready for the 2-strike offering from Corbin Hamilton. Fastball just misses outside. Good location there for Corbin. It's where he's got a couple of those strikeouts trying to chase that outside fastball. But now the count is 3-2 with 2 outs. Mallory's going to be on the move from first. Going to be some movement in the infield. They check on him, maybe trying to get him leaning, knowing he's going to be on the move there. Not a bad idea there for Corbin. But now he'll have to go after the hitter, Skylar Tribber. Here comes the delivery from Hamilton. It is swung on and missed. Big strikeout. Sets down Tribber for the 3rd out in the 4th inning. And as we go to the bottom half, we are still tied at 1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
It is the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. We are tied up at 1 as Klamath Falls Falcons take on the North Jackson Royals. Due up this half inning for the Falcons is their catcher, Jacoby Takini, their second baseman, Colin Takini, and their third baseman, P.J. Safford. That is 3, 4, and 5 in the order. Jacoby 1 for 1 today. Singled in a run back in the first inning. So far, the lone run of the ball game for the Falcons, but was out trying to stretch that single into a double. As that pitch to him misses, low and away, 1-0 to Jacoby. Hoping to get that rally started for the Falcons. Again, their only run came way back in the first inning. 1-0 pitch, waved at and missed by Takini. Count is even at a ball and a strike. So far this season, Jacoby batting .316. On-base percentage of .434. As a team, the Falcons have an on-base percentage hovers right around 45%, and a batting average of .352 as a unit. As that curveball dips below the knees, a good take there by Jacoby. It started in on the hands, and you think, well, maybe that's going to break across the zone, but it dipped out of the zone, and Takini's ahead, 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Hits that one foul towards the North Jackson dugout. Count back even at 2. Again, after Takini in the order is his cousin, Colin Takini. Back on the rubber is Carson Robinson, the right-hander for the North Jackson Royals. He's been throwing well through the first 3 innings. Takini sends a ground ball to the right side of the infield by the diving glove of Stockton into right. And a leadoff single for Takini. He's 2 for 2 today. And the emergence of Chase Barrett out of the Falcons' dugout to be expected into courtesy run for Jacoby. So here's Colin Takini batting now. Colin, 1 for 1 today, or at least in this contest. In the opener, Colin was 0 for 1. He walked a pair of times and scored a run and struck out once. Corner in, protecting the bunt like the Falcons have done so many times today, but Colin seemingly swinging away as he takes strike 1 on a breaking pitch. Started in on his hands and broke back across the plate. Third baseman White still in, well past the cut of the grass. And the 0-1 pitch on its way to Colin Takini. Waves and misses at that one. The catcher tries to throw behind Barrett at first, but he dives back safely. Count, though, to Colin is 0-2. P.J. Safford is on deck for the Falcons. Left a couple of men in scoring position so far tonight. That was a common theme in the game that they lost to North Jackson back on July 3rd. Here's the 0-2 to Takini. Misses inside. Count a ball and 2 strikes to him now. The Falcons would wind up leaving 5 runners in scoring position in that 2-1 loss against North Jackson back on July 3rd. Takini puts a jolt into one to center field. That is over the head of Tribber. Rounding second, digging for third is Barrett. They wave Barrett in. He hesitates rounding third. The throw home is not going to be in time. Barrett still scores. Running into third and safe is Colin Takini as the ball was dropped. The Falcons take the lead off the base hit from Colin Takini and advancing to third on an error as well. Now 90 feet away from adding some insurance. 2-1 our score in the bottom of the fourth inning. Big-time piece of hitting for Colin Takini. Hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark, but really gave it a ride to straightaway center, knocking in a run. So here's P.J. Safford, who's 1 for 1 today. The infield comes in for North Jackson, trying to protect that run from scoring at third. First pitch to Safford is sliced foul the opposite way. Count goes to 0-1 to P.J. He singled back in the second inning. So far this season, batting .321. As I said earlier, he's the only Falcon remaining who has started every single game of the summer thus far. This is game number 33. Remember, the season started on June 11th. So in 30 days, the Falcons have played now 33 games. Count right now, 0-2 to P.J. Safford. Really puts it into perspective how much baseball these guys have played, and they're still playing well. The 0-2 on the way to Safford. Kicking and firing is Robinson. That one misses above the head of P.J. Has to duck out of the way. Cal moves to 1-2. After P.J. in the order is Ian Meyer, the first baseman for the Falcons, waits on deck. P.J. widens out a bit in a 2-strike count. Keeps his hands steady. Here it comes. The 1-2. Safford sends a line drive to left field. That is down in front of the sliding Stockton in left field. It'll score Colin Tacchini. And an RBI single for P.J. Safford makes it 3-1 Falcons. Big-time base hit there for P.J., a quality piece of hitting, and it causes Tyson Wolf to come on out of the Eagle Point the North Jackson dugout, their head coach. Also the head coach of the Eagle Point Eagles, though, to be fair. Gives us an opportunity to remind you that tonight's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you in part by the Eisler Group in Klamath Falls. Big thanks to the Eisler Group not only for sponsoring our broadcast, but also stepping up to support the Klamath Falls Falcons trip to Alaska this year, which the Falcons won the Todd Ryan Memorial Tournament, placed runner-up at the Alaska 529 Midseason Classic. The Eisler Group helped us a ton in getting those broadcasts on the air. Going to have a new pitcher come in for North Jackson. We'll tell you who it is and a couple of other defensive switches coming in for the Royals as the Falcons have taken a 2-run lead in the bottom of the fourth inning. They lead 3-1. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
New pitcher into the ball game for the North Jackson Royals in a 3-1 ball game in the bottom of the fourth inning in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead those Royals. New man out there is Cooper White. The right-hander has thrown 12 2/3 innings so far this summer. This is his 5th appearance, his 4th in relief. He carries a 2-0 record, giving up 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He struck out 7. And has an ERA of 2.2. A couple of other changes coming in for North Jackson. No one exited the game, just some defensive switches as the former left fielder Stockton has come in to play third as White comes in to pitch from third. Filling his spot in left field is the former pitcher Carson Robinson. Meyer shoots a sharp ground ball over to first. It is bobbled for a moment by Mallory, but he recovers in time to make the out at first, although P.J. Safford advances to second on the ground out. And so it brings up Corbin Hamilton with a runner in scoring position. Hamilton had a sacrifice, a bunt laid down back in the second inning, so without an official at-bat here in this contest. First pitch to Hamilton, called a strike on the outer third. Count moves to 0-1. Cooper White pitched the final 3 innings in the first game these two teams played this season back on July 3rd, a 6-2 victory for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Cooper White pitched the final 3 innings of that game, giving up 3 hits and 2 runs against the Falcons. Right now, though, ahead of Corbin Hamilton, 0-2, as he slides and fires. Base hit into center field. Hamilton just pokes one straight away, and holding up at third is P.J. Safford. Runnels will be at the corners with 1 out for Carson Sims. Just a quality piece of hitting there for Corbin, moving the runner over and setting the table for Carson Sims. Sims flew out to right field back in the 2nd inning. Was nearly a sacrifice with an RBI, but a good throw from right field. That was Stockton at the time, making the throw and cutting down what would have been a go-ahead run in the 2nd inning. First pitch to Sims is going to miss in the turf, or the dirt rather. The count is 1-0. After Sims in the Falcons order, it's Ryan Glidden who waits on deck. Middle infield, playing for a double play. That's Nugent at short, Stockton at second. Colby Stockton at second. His older brother Colin patrolling third base, trying to keep you in line on that one. But the 1-0 pitch to Carson Sims misses low again, and the count is 2-0. Modest lead off of first for Corbin, only about 3 steps off the bag. The 2-0 to Sims also misses low. He gets ahead 3-0. The team's leader in batting, now in a perfect hitter's count. Not a guy who works a ton of walks, but can afford to be patient and wait for something that he likes ahead 3-0. Pitch on the way, that one misses, and there it is. Sims' 7th walk of the summer. Loads the bases with 1 out, and it brings up Ryan Glidden. First walk given up by the North Jackson pitching staff this game. Comes with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Safford remains at third. Hamilton advances to second. After that walk, Sims. A lot of speed over there at first. And Ryan Glidden is a golden opportunity not only to add some insurance, but really balloon this lead. The Falcons are already up by 2, 3-1. Bottom of the 4th. Glidden takes a look at ball 1. It misses below the knees. 1-0. Glidden bats .243 on the season for the Falcons and has 5 runs batted in. That pitch misses, gets away from the catcher McFall for just a moment, but he gathers it back in time to keep everybody stationed on the bases. But the count is 2-0 to Glidden. Lineup card turns over next for the Falcons. It's Max Price who waits on deck. Working out of the windup now is White as he delivers the 2-0 pitch. It misses high to Glidden, and the count is 3-0. In danger of walking in a run here is Cooper White. After a 4-pitch walk delivered to Sims, here he falls behind Glidden 3-0 and delivers. Glidden takes a pitch, letter high across the plate for a strike, although probably was going to be taken until White was able to get one across. But now in a 3-1 count, Glidden has to be prepared to hit. Here comes the pitch. Glidden swings and fouls one off, and the count is full. Big pitch coming up to Ryan Glidden. 3-2, bases loaded, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning in a 3-1 ball game in which his Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals in the nightcap of an area doubleheader. Pitch to Cooper White, or from Cooper White rather, misses inside over the shoelaces of Ryan Glidden, and a walk will score a run and keep the bases loaded as the Falcons lead 4-1. That's Safford who scored, Hamilton to third, Sims to second, and Glidden at first. And here's Max Price. Price 0 for 2 today. He struck out in the first and flew out in the third. Here's the first offering to him. It misses upstairs, 1-0. Timeout is called. Colin Stockton, the third baseman, goes over and has a chat with the pitcher, Cooper White. While they do, remind you that tonight's broadcast is brought to you in part by Klamath Falls Subaru, who, through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, they've donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi on Washburn Way. All right, Cooper White, after delivering a first pitch ball to Max Price, rears back for the 1-0 and gets across a fastball in the zone to even up the count. After Price in the order for the Falcons, it's Connor Shively. Pitch is shot down the third baseline, fair, and it's going to roll into left. Hamilton scores, Sims scores, Price stays at second, and a 2 RBI single for Max Price, and the score is 6-1 Falcons. So, a new pitcher for the second time this inning. Looks like it's going to be the shortstop, Braden Nugent. We'll get you any other changes here in just a moment as the Falcons lead by 5 in the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
New pitcher on the mound for the North Jackson Royals here in the bottom of the fourth inning in a 6-1 ball game that the Falcons lead. Nugent is coming in relief of Cooper White, who will stick around in the ball game. Whether he goes to short or at third is still yet to be determined. We'll find that out in just a moment. As Nugent finishes up his warm-up tosses out there, he is making his third appearance of the summer. He has previously pitched an inning and 2/3, giving up 3 hits and 2 runs for a ERA of 8.5, but an inning and 2/3, too small of a real sample size to judge that ERA off of. He'll have quite the work cut out for him here in the bottom of the fourth inning, an inning in which the Falcons have already scored 5 runs and have 2 more men on base. Max Price will be at first. Ryan Glidden will be at second. And the first task in relief is Connor Shively. And by the way, it will be White who plays third. Former third baseman Stockton moves to short, replacing Nugent, who was previously patrolling that area. And so there are your changes for the North Jackson Royals. Shively 1 for 2 tonight. He singled and scored back in the first, and he grounded out in the third. And we'll get going with a wild pitch, allowing both men to advance. Now 2 guys in scoring position as Price goes to second. Glidden goes to third. And a golden opportunity for Connor Shively. Shively takes a look at a first pitch fastball for a strike. Pardon me, that's the 1-0 pitch. And that one finds the zone for a strike. The count is even now to Shively. Jacoby Takini waits on deck. He started this inning with a single. The 1-1 to Shively misses high and away. 2-1 now to the left-handed stick for the Falcons. Infield comes in for North Jackson, trying to protect that runner from scoring at third. Again, they're down by 5. Every run becoming more important as the game goes on, especially when you take into account how well Hamilton's been throwing the ball so far for the Falcons. The 2-1 misses high, and the count is 3-1. Came into this inning tied. The Falcons have exploded for 5. The 3-1. Shively offers up and misses. The high heat, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out in the inning, and first base is open. Price, a bit of an aggressive lead. He can afford to have one with the infield playing in. The 3-2 misses high anyway. Shively walks, and that reloads the bases for Jacoby Takini. Like I said, Takini singled to start this inning, and Chase Barrett would eventually come around to score as his courtesy runner. Takini is 2 for 2 today with a couple of singles. Here he hits one foul off the light, and the count is 0-1. So after Jacoby in the order, it's Colin Takini. He waits on deck. He also came up with a big-time hit earlier this inning. We'll talk about him once we get there. The corner is in for North Jackson, and the middle infield ready for a double play. Here's the pitch out of the windup from Nugent. Nearly came in and hit Jacoby, but the count moves even to a ball and a strike. 1 out. The bases loaded. Bottom of the 4th inning of a 6-1 ball game. Here's the offering from Nugent. It misses down and in. 2-1. Jacoby's RBI total this season stands at 25. And he takes a pitch upstairs there, 3-1. Along with that single, like I said, that he started this inning with, he also drove in a run on a single in the first. It's ahead here, 3-1. It has been 3 walks in the last 4 batters surrendered by the North Jackson pitching staff, in danger of making it another. Here's the 3-1, and that one misses inside, and another run will score. It's a 7-1 ball game, and the Falcons lead as Glidden touches home. Price to third, Shively to second, and Takini aboard once more, which means Barrett is aboard once more. Colin Takini getting ready to step in for the second time this inning, had an RBI double and scored a run earlier this frame. He also singled. That came back in the first inning. Maybe too far to look ahead, but Colin Takini does represent the potential mercy rule run if he's able to get on and score. Falcons lead by 6 runs. Here's the ground ball over to second. Stockton bobbled it for a moment. The throw on to first is in time, but a run does come in to score. Another RBI there for Colin Takini will score Price, advance Shively to third, and push Barrett to second. The Falcons now lead 8-1. P.J. Safford steps up now with 2 away. Safford singled in a run earlier this inning and scored himself. And in the second inning, also came away with a single, so 2 for 2 tonight against the Royals in the Nightcap. Looking for more with 2 men in scoring position. The 1-0 is a line drive back up the middle into center field. 1 run is going to score. They're waving in Barrett. The throw home is high, and Safford taking second base on the throw. A 2 RBI single makes it 10-1 Falcons in the bottom of the 4th inning. Big time piece of hitting there for PJ. 3rd RBI on this game, and that time maybe none bigger than that. And another pitching change here for North Jackson, their 3rd of this inning. We'll see who it is when we return in a 10-1 ball game in the bottom of the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Continuing on in the bottom of the fourth inning, a game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 10-1, and another new pitcher into the game for the North Jackson Royals will be Skylar Tribber, who comes in making his third appearance of the summer, previously pitching 3 innings, giving up 8 hits and 8 earned runs. He's walked 4 and struck out 2. Small sample size, but an ERA hovering right around 18.5. All he's got to do is record 1 out to stop the bleeding in this inning. The Falcons have scored 9 runs and are in danger of making this a potential mercy rule ball game. P.J. Safford, who I believe has been replaced on the base paths by Hayden Poor. So Poor is in scoring position. He represents the mercy rule run. Ian Meyer will be at the plate. And so it really comes down to this, at least at the moment. The Falcons can try to end this one in the 5th inning after putting up a 10 spot. Right now standing at 9, but again, that run out there, it's in scoring position, is vitally important. Myers 1 for 2 today as he gets ready to step in. He singled back in the 2nd inning, and he also grounded out to first in earlier this inning. First pitch to Meyer. Swings and pokes one in the air to shallow right field in foul territory. It's the first baseman who makes the catch. And so 1 pitch, and that will retire the side. It'll stay a 9-run ball game for now as we go to the top of the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Nine runs on 6 hits for the Falcons in the bottom of the 4th. They look to protect a 9-run advantage here in the top half of the 5th inning. They lead 10-1. Due up this half for the North Jackson Royals is going to be the bottom third of their order against Corbin Hamilton. It'll be Cooper White, Colby Stockton, and I believe it'll be Colton Pierce batting in the 9-hole for North Jackson this half inning. Going to make that adjustment to my book here. All right, here's Cooper White getting ready to step in now. He's 1 for 1 tonight. White singled in a run in the 2nd inning. He gets ready to face Corbin Hamilton, cruising right along. Hamilton gave up the 1 run for North Jackson in the 2nd inning, but shutting him out here would go a long way as he missed, must have been low on that pitch. 1-0, the count to Cooper White. Hamilton again working out of the windup. Here comes the pitch. And a fastball middle that time. No contest. That's a strike everywhere. 1-1, the count to White. And again, Colby Stockton waits on deck for the Royals. 1-1 pitch. Slider misses away. 2-1. On the season, Cooper White at the plate for North Jackson is batting .233. That pitch misses away. 3-1. White stands tall in the right-handed batter's box as Hamilton misses wide. A 5-pitch walk to start the 5th inning. For an inning, like I said, where Hamilton's trying to probably breeze through this half. A walk complicates things a little bit. But now you get Colby Stockton, who is 0 for 1 in the contest tonight. He struck out in the 2nd inning. Middle infield ready to turn 2. Stockton's got some speed. They're going to have to be quick about it. And the runner is on the move anyway. Takini doesn't have a chance. Cooper White showing off the wheels and stealing second base. That'll be his 4th steal of the season. He's in scoring position now. The pitch was called a strike at the plate to Colby Stockton. Shively making sure White is aware of him out there at second base as Hamilton delivers home. Pitch is called a strike, 0-2. And all things considered, Hamilton doesn't have to worry about that runner at second all that much with a 9-run cushion here in the 5th inning. Just attacking the hitter in an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch from Corbin. Swung on and missed the heater. Down goes Stockton for the 2nd time today on strikes. And it will bring up Colton Pierce, class of 26 at Eagle Point High School. Comes in as a replacement for Anthony Rodriguez. So this will be his first at-bat in this game as he awaits the first offering today from Corbin Hamilton. And the pitch is a fastball that misses wide, 1-0. In the first game, Pierce was a starter, and he finished 0 for 3 at the plate with 3 strikeouts. That one misses upstairs. Count is 2-0 now to Pierce, with Ryan McFall due up next for North Jackson. Not a terribly large lead for White off of second base, as the 2-0 pitch is sliced foul, and the count moves to 2-1. Pierce on the season for North Jackson is a .282 hitter. He's had 8 singles, 3 doubles this year, and scored 7 runs. Here he hits one deep to right field, but well foul. That'll be the 2nd strike in the at-bat. 2-2. One away and a runner in scoring position in a 10-1 ball game. The Falcons lead the Royals in the top of the 5th inning. Hamilton looks in to get the sign from Takini. Comes set, eyes the runner at second, and delivers home. The 2-2 is a slider, and Pierce down looking. A beautiful outside slider. Got the righty staring for the 2nd out in the 5th inning. And out of the dugout comes Coach Craig Connor. Falcons apparently making a switch as Douglas joins him and heads out to the outfield. Looks like we might be getting more P.J. Safford, perhaps, as he came in for the save in the opener and might be looking to close this one out as well for the Klamath Falls squad. We'll make sure of that coming up here in just a moment on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
P.J. Safford looking to close things out for the Klamath Falls Falcons in a 10-1 ball game in the top of the 5th inning. North Jackson does have a runner in scoring position, and first task in relief for Safford will be Ryan McFall. P.J. picked up the save in the opener tonight for the Klamath Falls Falcons. That was a game in which they won 7-6 against North Jackson. Safford pitched the final 2 1/3 innings, giving up 3 hits and a run while striking out 3. Not in line for a save in this contest, but still looking to get some quality work in here. Set his team up for a potential mercy rule finish in the bottom half of the inning if they're able to etch across a run and keep things right where they are right now. Safford only needs 1 out to do it. Inning led off with White and a leadoff walk. He stole second, but back-to-back Ks from Corbin Hamilton set Safford up nicely to try to go right after Ryan McFall, who steps in now for the North Jackson Royals. McFall is 0 for 2 tonight. He's grounded out once to short and once to third in the first and third innings. Safford gets on the rubber as the batter steps in. On the season, Ryan McFall is the team's 4th leading hitter, batting .364 this summer. Safford comes set as he'll deliver the first pitch to McFall. It is hit the opposite way foul, and the count moves to 0-1. Looks like the lovely Midge Flies have made an appearance tonight at Kiger Stadium, flying all over our netting here behind home plate and elsewhere. Always the appearance halfway through July and all the way through August, and never really going away, but they're certainly here tonight at Kiger Stadium. If you're from out of town, not everyone knows what we're talking about here, but the little green flies that always seem to bother everybody, only the Klamath Falls natives really know what this is about. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ryan McFall. Line drive, played on a hop. Shively snags it. Throw to first in time. My goodness, Connor Shively throwing it nearly from the seat of his pants to get out of the 5th inning. Score remains 10-1 as we go to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
It's the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 10-1. Due up this half inning for Klamath Falls is the bottom third of their order. Corbin Hamilton, Carson Sims, and Ryan Glidden. Looks like it's still going to be Skylar Tribber out there on the mound for North Jackson, but some changes have come in the infield, it seems. Say new first baseman is Stockton, and Mallory has moved into center field as the former first baseman taking place of Stockton, who was patrolling center field. So maybe no new players in, just a couple of guys switching around out there. Corbin Hamilton gets ready to step in now for the Klamath Falls Falcons. He got the start today on the mound and would be in line for the win should this lead hold. He pitched the first 4 2/3 innings, only giving up 3 hits, 1 run it's earned, and he punched out 5 batters in his start. So far at the plate today, Hamilton is 1 for 1 with a run scored. Here's the first offering to him to start the bottom of the 5th inning. It is looked at for a ball low, 1-0. Again, after Hamilton in the order is Carson Sims. Delivery coming up from Tribber. Fly ball, deep left center field. Center fielder moving over and will make the catch. Nathan Mallory on the run in the left center field gap. Puts it away for the first out. Carson Sims stepping in now for the Falcons. Sims is 0 for 1 today. Flew out into a double play in the second. And he walked and scored in the 4th. It was a big 4th inning for the Falcons in which they scored 9 of their 10 runs. Similar to what they did in the 4th inning of the opener today, in which they scored 6 of their 7 runs in that game. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Sims. It misses upstairs. Count moves to 2-0 to the Falcons' right fielder. On deck is Ryan Glidden. Working out of the windup, Skylar Tribber with no men on base and 1 gone. Bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Sims checks his swing, but it's called strike 1 against him. Sims 39 hits, second most on the team. What he leads the team in is extra base hits. He's got 13 of those this summer. The 2-1 is sliced foul. That's down the third base side. Count now 2-2 to Sims. Has 12 doubles and a triple. Next best on the team. It's a 2-way tie for 9 extra base hits with Colin Tacchini and Max Price. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Sims as he looks at strike 3 off the outside part of the plate, and Sims goes down looking on a pitch that probably could have been ball 3, but it'll bring up Ryan Glidden. Glidden is 0 for 1 today. Reached on an error in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 4th. Skylar Tribber looking to set down the Falcons in order. Here's the first pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs around the letters to Glidden as the pitcher Tribber falls behind 1-0. Glidden on the season bats .243 for the Falcons. We're talking about extra base hits. Glidden has 1 double on the season, 10 total base hits in his first 37 tries. As the pitch to him misses outside, the count is 2-0. Glidden awaits the pitch out of the hand of Skylar Tribber. Keeps his hands low around his letters in the batting stance as that one finds its way across the plate in the count 2 balls and a strike to Ryan Glidden. Glidden has also made 1 appearance pitching this season for the Falcons. Has been primarily used as an outfielder, though, this year. I think probably suits him a little bit better, and I think in doing so, his game has improved quite a bit. When he plays with Klamath Union High School, splits his time between the outfield and on the pitcher's mound, but has been primarily used as an outfielder and a courtesy runner this season for the Falcons, and can see the improvement in the at-bats that he's been able to take this year over the course of the summer. Look at him a month ago on June 11th when we opened the season, and look at him now. He's done quite a lot of improving over the course of this grueling 34-game schedule thus far through 30 days. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Glidden. He looks at strike 3, another pitch off the outside corner, but it rung up Glidden here, and he goes down looking to end the 5th inning. We'll go to the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're good.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Top of the sixth inning in a 10-1 ball game that the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the North Jackson Royals. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the order for North Jackson this half inning. Carson Robinson, Colin Stockton, and Braden Nugent try to get something of a rally started for the Royals. Here in the sixth, they're down by 9, and you don't want to leave it all up to the seventh inning. So even just a few here would go a long way. They try to mount an improbable comeback. First pitch from Safford is swung on and missed. Robinson falls behind 0-1. The next pitch on the way is a fastball that misses wide. Count runs even. So far in the ball game tonight, Robinson is 0 for 2. He struck out and flew out in the first and third innings. Here he sends a high fly ball to right field. Sims on the run, brings it in. That might be Glidden out there who brings it in and makes the catch for the out. So Ryan Glidden over there in right. I believe Carson Sims has moved to center. They swapped without me quite catching it in time, but nice play there by Glidden, making the catch on the run for the first out in the sixth. Colin Stockton ready to swing the bat now for the Royals, but he'll take ball one. Pitch was just off the inside, missing from the hand of Safford. Fires back with an undeniable strike one over the heart of the plate to run things even. After Stockton in the order, it's Braden Nugent, the cleanup hitter, due up next. 1-1. That one bounces in the other batter's box. The count 2 balls and a strike to Stockton. He walked in the first, and he flew out in the fourth. Safford selects his pitch, and time is called at the plate before Safford can deliver. And so we're ready to go now in the 2-1. Fastball knee high in there for a strike. Might have been a slider. Sometimes with Safford, it's so hard to tell. There's not a lot of velocity drop-off between that fastball and that slider, but the little bit of movement at the end sometimes gives it away. 2-2, swung on and missed to drop third strike. Stockton wound up on his knees swinging at that pitch that was in the dirt. Throw down to first. And unless you're breaking out the pitching wedge, you're not going to catch up to that slider in the dirt. 2 gone now in the sixth inning. Brings up Braden Nugent, who is 0 for 2 today. Ground out and a fly out in the first and fourth innings. Safford steps and delivers. Here's a chopper sent out to Shively at short. Plays it on 2 hops. Strong throw to first is in time. And the Royals down in order in the sixth. The Falcons lead 10-1 going to the bottom half on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Bottom of the sixth inning, and it's the top of the Falcons' order due up as they lead 10-1 against the North Jackson County Royals. Max Price, Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, the men due up to try and add a run and potentially end this a half inning early. And if not, they'll be looking to finish things up in the top of the seventh. Falcons done a good job taking advantage of opportunities today. Not often you see a team score 10 runs, get 11 base hits, and they've only left 2 runners stranded in this game. That's a far cry from the last time these guys played on July 3rd. I brought it up for a moment earlier in the contest, but a game in which the Falcons lost 2-1 back on July 3rd, they only had 3 base hits, and they left 5 guys not only stranded on base, 5 guys in scoring position. It really cost them in that game. Today they've done a great job of not only getting guys on, but getting them in. And leading by 9, they'll hope to finish things off swinging the bat here and maybe return the favor with a walk-off win in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Max Price misses outside. The count moves to 1-0. To the Falcons' former center fielder, now third baseman. Price pops one up high in the sky into shallow left field. Playable for the shortstop, Nugent brings it in for the out. So 1 gone in this half inning brings up Connor Shively. Shively is 1 for 2 tonight. He singled and scored in the first inning, grounded into a double play in the third, and walked in the fourth. First pitch on the way to Shively is going to miss below the knees. 1-0 to Shively. Jacoby Takini waits on deck. Shively breaking out of a little slump he was in that 3-game road trip. The Falcons won all 3 games, but Shively was 0 for his last 7 on that road trip, but he was able to come away with a base hit in the opener today and a base hit tonight. You'd like to hope he can carry that momentum into, past a day off tomorrow, and then hopefully at home against the Phoenix Pirates, a 1:30 first pitch in a single 9-inning game on Sunday afternoon. Shively ahead in the count right now, 3-0. Pitch coming up. 3-0 is in the upper part of the zone, called a strike. 3-1, a fastball. Shively settles back in, left-handed batter's box for the 3-1 pitch. Here it comes. That one is fouled straight back, and the count runs full. Credit to Skylar Tribber, who started this at-bat down 3-0 and has worked it back full, 3-2, against one of the better hitters on this Falcons squad in the person of Connor Shively. Here's the delivery. Shively sends a ground ball out to second. Routine up with it is Stockton. The throw on to first is in time. Down goes Shively here in the 6th inning. Brings up Jacoby Takini, who is 2 for 2 in the contest tonight. Singled in a run in the first inning. He singled in the 4th and walked in the 4th. And in that 4th inning, when Chase Barrett came in to run for him, the first time at least, Barrett came around to score. He was left stranded at second, though, on the latter opportunity. First pitch on the way to Takini here, misses wide, and it's 1-0. If the inning continues after Jacoby, it's Colin Takini in the order. They've been batting back-to-back pretty much every game this season, except for the opener and the game yesterday in Salem, in which Takini didn't get to start. The pitch misses wide to him there, 2-0. Tribber receives the ball back, does a little walk around the mound before settling back down on the rubber, working out of the windup in a 2-0 count with 2 outs already in this 6th inning. Takini line drive, center field, base hit. 2-out knock for Takini. Make him 3 for 3 today. He's seeing it well. The throw in from the outfield was kind of wild, but it wound up back to the pitcher, Tribber, so I guess no harm done. And a meeting coming out for the North Jackson Royals, and they are maybe going to take the ball. He's asking for it, and yeah, they're going to make another change right now. And it looks like they've got a new man coming out of the dugout in Aaron McAllister. We'll see what changes North Jackson makes with a runner on first and 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. They trail by 9 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
New pitcher in the game for the North Jackson Royals. It's going to be Aaron McAllister. McAllister this season for the Royals will be making his 7th appearance on the season. This will be his 3rd in relief. Leads the team in innings pitched with 23 innings pitched this season. He carries a 3-1 record. He's given up 24 hits, 15 runs, 8 of those earned. He struck out 7, walked 5 for an ERA hovering right around 2.5. And I believe that Tribber, the former pitcher, returns to his post in center. Oh, Tribber is at 3rd. Pardon me. White went to left. So Tribber at 3rd, White in left. Replacing the former left fielder, Carson Robinson, is Aaron McAllister, the new pitcher, into the game. So just sorting out all that stuff. Let's just go ahead and reset the full 9 out there defensively for North Jackson. As McFall is catching, Tribber's at 3rd, Nugent's at short, with Stockton, both Stockton brothers on the right side of the infield. Colby at 2nd, Colin at 1st. Cooper White in left, Skylar Tribber in center, and Colton Pierce in right for the North Jackson Royals. Here's Colin Takini with the winning run at first. Takini gets plunked on the first pitch from McAllister, and there goes the winning run into scoring position. P.J. Safford, an opportunity with a base hit, could walk things off for the Falcons. Like I said earlier this inning, they would love that, and Safford is the right guy up in the right spot here. He's had a good game so far. 3 for 3 with 3 RBI and a run score. They've all been singles, but that might be all P.J. needs to come up big for his squad here. Safford is also the only guy to have walk-off hits this year for the Falcons. He's done it on 2 separate occasions. As that pitch misses outside, the count is 1-0. Granted, one of those was a mercy rule walk-off win, but that's what you're looking for here in the bottom half of the 6th inning and that winning run at second. Here's the pitch to Safford. It misses in the dirt. He gets ahead 2-0, actually gets away from the catcher, and there you go. Now they both advance. Takini to 2nd, Barrett to 3rd. They're out there waiting for him. Safford only needs 1, and a base hit will certainly do it here, but there's 2 gone. It's going to have to be a base hit for Safford to try to end it here in the bottom of the 6th. A 9-run ball game. Set is McAllister. The pitch is going to miss upstairs to Safford, 3-0. On deck after PJ is Ian Meyer. McAllister, the right-hander, kind of lanky out there. Don't quite know how tall he is. Looks about 6'3", 6'4". Here's the pitch to Safford. Swings and misses at the outside fastball. And the count moves to 3-1. Runner at 2nd. Takini, modest lead. But again, it's Barrett at 3rd. The runner that you're worried about out there is McAllister. The 3-1. Here it comes. Safford pokes it the opposite way to second base. Up with it is Stockton. Throw to first is in time. And we will go to the top of the 7th. If Safford could end into the plate, he'll have a chance to do so on the mound. Coming up in the next half inning, his team leads by 9 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Top of the seventh inning. 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons looking to close out with a 9-run advantage over the North Jackson Royals. P.J. Safford still out there dealing. He'll have to go through 5, 6, and 7 to close out this one. It's Nathan Mallory, Skylar Tribber, and Cooper White. Mallory 2 for 2 in this game, 6 for 6 on the whole day. He's seen the ball well. Safford's going to try to set him down for the first time, though, up for the challenge. Mallory, like I said, in doing so, having a great little streak of hitting against the Falcons, has earned his spot atop the leaderboard in batting average for his Royals. He'll take strike one and a knee-high fastball to fall behind. Safford back on the rubber. Here's the pitch. It is going to be taken outside for a ball. The count is even at 1. Safford receives the sign from Jacoby behind the plate. The 1-1 is fisted behind third, down for another base hit. Mallory, my goodness, 7 for 7 on the day. He just can't be stopped. And a leadoff base runner for the Royals. If you're going to come back by 9, it starts with a single base hit. Although still a tall mountain, Skylar Tribber has to follow it up with something of his own against P.J. Safford. Tribber is 0 for 2 today. He grounded out in the second, struck out in the fourth. First offering from Safford is fouled off. The count is 0-1. That's the fourth base hit of the day for North Jackson and the third for Nathan Mallory. The only other base hit came off the bat of Cooper White back in the second inning. And right now, White is on deck. Fastball graces the inside corner, and Safford uses it to get ahead 0-2 against Skylar Tribber. Now having to work out of the stretch, Safford comes set with the 0-2 pitch. Steps and delivers a fastball and a ground ball to short. Shively throws on to Takini for 1. The back end is there. 6-4-3 double play. 2 gone in the 7th inning. Big time double play there for the Falcons. And there is Cooper White. Mentioned just a moment ago, he singled in the second inning, knocked in a run in that inning. Here's the pitch to White. Slider, strike one. Aside from that single in the second, he walked. That was back in the 5th inning. Pitch from Safford is hit right back to him. Safford up with it. Walks it halfway to first, underhand toss, and that is the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons defeat the North Jackson Royals 10-1 in front of a big crowd tonight at Kiger Stadium. We'll be back to recap things for you, set you up for a day off tomorrow, and another game coming up on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for the Klamath Falls Falcons. So stick around on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start?
Here, in the classroom.
On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score here in the Nightcap tonight. The Klamath Falls Falcons defeat the North Jackson Royals by a score of 10-1. 10 runs on 12 hits for the Falcons, no errors. They leave 4 runners on base. For the North Jackson Royals, 1 run comes on 4 hits. They commit 2 errors. They leave 3 runners on base. The winning pitcher tonight is Corbin Hamilton, picking up his 6th win, pitching 4 2/3 innings, giving up 3 hits and a run, walking 2 and striking out 5. The losing pitcher tonight is the starter for North Jackson, Carson Robinson, who pitched 3 innings, giving up 8 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. He struck out 1. There was no save in tonight's ball game. Our Pacific Power play of the day. Typically I'll go for an offensive play, but tonight I'm going to have to give it to Connor Shively, who made one heck of a play over at shortstop tonight, picking a ball off one hop. It was a scorcher at him and had to wind up fielding it on the seat of his pants, get up and throw to first. It was a great defensive play to get the Falcons rolling and hold on to a 9-run victory tonight. Some offensive notables for the Falcons include a 1-for-4 night for Max Price with 2 RBI. Connor Shively finished 1-for-3 with a couple of runs scored. Jacoby Tacchini was 3-for-3 with 2 RBI. Colin Tacchini finished 2-for-3 with a run scored and an RBI. P.J. Safford was 3-for-4 with 3 RBI and a run scored. Ian Meyer was 1-for-3, and Corbin Hamilton was 1-for-2 with a run scored tonight. The only real notable on the offensive end for North Jackson was Nathan Mallory, and got to give him his flowers. Not only did he finish 3-for-3 in tonight's nightcap, but he finished 7-for-7 on the day, having gone 4-for-4 in the opener, in which the Falcons also won 7-6, winning the season series against the North Jackson Royals 3-1. They've got 4 more league dates left, but first they wrap up the home schedule with a couple of non-league games. First coming up on Sunday afternoon for a 1:30 single 9-inning affair against the Phoenix Pirates. Then they'll play the Dr. Randall's Crowns from Roseburg on Monday. That will conclude the home schedule for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They go over to Jackson County for a pair of games against the North Medford Mavericks on Tuesday, and then a couple of days off before they wrap up the regular season on Friday against the Central Point Comets. For North Jackson, they've got more games coming up as soon as tomorrow. A quick turnaround for them against North Medford. They'll be in action in 13 hours against the North Medford Mavericks. That's a pretty harsh turnaround for them. Wishing them the best of luck getting home. They'll wrap up the season against the South Medford Colts coming up on Tuesday in a home doubleheader. With this loss, North Jackson County falls to 8-8 on the season. The Klamath Falls Falcons improve to 26-6-1 and secure their 13th win in league play. Thank you so much for joining me tonight on the broadcast. I want to thank both head coaches for making today's broadcast an easy one. Sean Teeters for the Falcons, Tyson Wolf for the North Jackson Royals. Big thanks to North Jackson for allowing me to have a peek at their stats, being able to publicize their players in tonight's doubleheader. And Coach Teeter is always great to work with over in the Falcons dugout. Our public address announcer and official scorer, Mike Safford, always thanks to him for helping me know what I'm talking about up here in the booth. And again, thanks to you for joining me again for another edition of Falcons Baseball. A doubleheader sweep of North Jackson tonight at Kiger Stadium, a 7-6 win in the opener, and a 10-1 victory in the nightcap. Back in action at 1:30 on Sunday afternoon against the Phoenix Pirates. But until then, my name is Josh Eldridge, saying have a great rest of your Friday night. So long and good night from Kiger Stadium in Klamath Falls.